Chapter 743. Young Master Sure. This is the King Mu Fort's Sutra Pavilion. Uncle Hai led Yi Qin to an ancient building that covered an area of about 400 to 500 square meters. He took out his key and opened the door on the first floor. Please, but young mistress has instructed that you can only stay on the first floor. Thank you. Yi Qin walked into the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion after saying that. Looking around, he saw a floor filled with antique bookshelves. There were countless ancient books with intact covers and neatly arranged ancient books. He walked over and looked at the ancient books beside him. Yi Qin picked one up casually and realized that there were a few ancient words written on it. Beginner Martial Artist Basics. Ancient words? Looks like it really verified my previous guess. The culture of this world almost overlaps with that of Earth. Yi Qin's eyes focused as he slowly flipped open the book in his hand and browsed through it quickly. With the power of his divine consciousness, he could almost read 10 lines at a glance. In the guest hall of the King Mu Fort, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The hall was very spacious. The few people sitting at the top were the upper echelons of the King Mu Fort, led by King Mu. However, they did not look too good at that moment. There were 3 figures at the bottom. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man dressed in a starry official robe. The middle-aged man's temples were white and he was full of smiles. His eyes shone brightly. Behind him stood a young man in white with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Although the young man did not say a word, his brows were filled with arrogance. Following the sound of footsteps, Mu Kaiwei, who was dressed in a plain dress, walked in quickly. She was very swift and decisive. As she stepped in, everyone's gazes in the hall landed on her. King Mu and the rest were fine. On the other hand, the light in the man's eyes shone even brighter. He laughed out loud and said, I believe this is my niece Kaiwei. I haven't seen you for a few months, but you've become more and more graceful. The white-clothed young man's gaze froze when he looked at Mu Kaiwei, and then waves of strong possessiveness flashed through his eyes. Father, second elder, third elder. Mu Kaiwei's expression did not change in the face of everyone's gazes. She stepped forward and nodded at the upper echelons of the King Mu Fort, including King Mu. Kaiwei, you came at the right time. King Mu nodded slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man below and introduced, Let me introduce you. This is the new city governor of Tianfeng City, Situ Yin. The person behind him is City Governor Situ's son, Situ Yu. Mu Kaiwei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Greetings, City, Lord Situ. My niece Kaiwei, there's no need to be so polite. Situ Yin waved his hand enthusiastically and smiled. Since niece Kaiwei is here, I'll get straight to the point. My son Situ, Yu has always admired niece Kaiwei, so he sent me here to ask for niece Kaiwei's opinion. As his voice fell, King Mu's heart sank as he sat at the top, and a hint of bitterness surfaced in his heart. Situ Yin, oh Situ Yin, why are you forcing me like this? Situ Yin seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere was a bit depressing. He smiled again and said, Also, I would like to announce a good news to everyone. My son has become an inner disciple of the Yunhai sect a month ago. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the King Mu Fort's upper echelons, including King Mu, changed. The Yunhai sect. This was a cultivation sect. The sect was filled with powerhouses, and its foundation could be said to be terrifying. If there was a force in the great Li dynasty that was not afraid of the imperial power, it would be the Yunhai sect. Even though the King Mu Fort was an overlord in Tianfeng City, in the eyes of the Yunhai sect, they were no different from ants. However, the Yunhai sect rarely recruited disciples from the outside world. Moreover, the talent of the people they recruited was extremely terrifying. Just the threshold alone was the peak innate stage. Even Mu Kaiwei turned pale. Her beautiful eyes could not help but glance at Situ Yu, who was behind Situ Yin. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Sittu gave her a slight smile. However, the arrogance in his eyes could not be concealed. King Mu said in a deep voice, "Nephew, Sittu has stepped into the peak innate stage." That's right. Meeting everyone's gazes, Sittu smiled proudly and said in a carefree manner, "I stepped into the peak innate stage a month ago, and I'm only a step away from the venerable stage. Therefore, the sect specially gave me 2 golden dragon pills. I can step into the venerable stage at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of King Mu and the others changed drastically. Golden dragon pill. It was a spirit pill that could only be refined by a level 5 mystic master. Normally, a single pill could allow a cultivator who had stopped at the threshold of the venerable stage to step into the venerable stage. Therefore, it was extremely valuable. Even if they sold the King Mu fort, they would not be able to afford it. Even if they could afford it, there was no market for it. Now that Sittu had the golden dragon pill, it meant that he could step into the venerable stage at any time. It was no wonder that the city governor's mansion had been so arrogant recently. Thinking to this point, King Mu and the other upper echelons of the King Mu fort looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. It was already terrifying enough that the city governor's mansion had the support of the King Mu fort. Now that the Yunhai sect was added, even 10 King Mu forts would not be a match for them. After Sittu noticed the expressions of everyone present, he suddenly said with a smile, "Brother Mu, in my opinion, my son and niece Kaiwei can be said to be a match made in heaven. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that niece Kaiwei is present today to tie the knot between our families?" At this point, he added, "Of course, in order to express our sincerity, the city governor's mansion is willing to offer a golden dragon pill as a betrothal gift." His words were like a thunderclap that shocked everyone, causing their expressions to change. A trace of disbelief flashed across their faces. The second elder of the King Mu fort stood up in shock. "City Governor Sittu, may I ask if you're really going to give the King Mu fort a golden dragon pill?" It was no wonder he was so excited. There were only 2 venerable stage powerhouses in the King Mu fort, and they were King Mu and the Grand Elder, Mu Sansi. If there was a golden dragon pill, it would mean that the King Mu fort would have another venerable stage powerhouse guarding it. Of course. Sittu seemed to have guessed all of this long ago. He looked at King Mu indifferently. Other than the golden dragon pill, the city governor's mansion can also put in a good word for the King Mu fort in front of the King Mu. What do you think, Brother Mu? King Mu's heart skipped a beat. Sittu conditions were too tempting, and he subconsciously wanted to agree to it. A cold voice rang out, "I don't agree." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Kaiwei, who had been silent all this while, had a cold expression on her pretty face. "I don't agree to this marriage." "You don't agree?" Sittu extremely enthusiastic expression gradually turned cold. "Does Brother Mu think the same?" "Kaiwei, stand down." The second elder of the King Mu fort, who spoke earlier, shouted, "This is a huge matter of the King Mu fort. How can you interrupt?" However, Mu Kaiwei remained unmoved. Instead, she looked at King Mu with a firm gaze as if she was looking at a stranger. Chapter 744. That caused King Mu's heart to ache, and he gradually regained his senses. He then raised his eyes to look at Sittu and said, "Brother Sittu, you've seen it too. Our King Mu fort is truly unworthy of the city governor's mansion. I hope you don't mind." The second elder's expression changed. "Master," just as he was about to say something, he realized that King Mu's gaze was extremely cold. He could only forcefully swallow his words. "Good, very good, very good." Sittu face was ashen. After saying good 3 times, he sneered, "Since the King Mu fort doesn't think highly of the city governor's mansion, I believe the Blood Blade sect and the like will. Let's go." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left with Sittu. A loyal servant put away the gifts and left as well. Mu Kaiwei turned around and left without saying a word. The second elder wanted to chase after her, but he was afraid of King Mu's dignity. He could only stomp his feet and say, "Fort Master, why are you doing this? You've completely offended the city governor's mansion." "Because she's my daughter." King Mu snorted coldly, but he sighed in his heart. How could he not understand the threat in Situ Yun's words before he left? However, as a father, he owed his daughter too much, so he could not harden his heart. On the first floor of the King Mu Fort's library, Yi Chen looked like he was deep in thought. In just half an hour, he had almost finished reading the entire first floor of the library. This also allowed him to have a certain understanding of the power system in this world. The cultivation system in this world was also divided into two types. One was Mystic Master and the other was Martial Artist. The Mystic Master realm was divided into 9 grades. On the other hand, Martial Artists were more interesting. They were also divided into Acquired and Innate stage. The Acquired stage included Overt Energy, Internal Energy, and Illuminating Meridian. Above the Innate stage were the Venerable stage and the Emperor stage. This was almost the same as the ancient martial artists' cultivation system on Earth. Other than the different names, it was almost the same. As I expected, this world must be related to Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Yi Chen mumbled softly and looked at the remaining 2 books that he had yet to read. One of them was called Miscellaneous World Geography, while the other was called Legends of Mountains and Seas. Yi Chen picked up the book casually and started reading it carefully. However, there was a ripple in his heart. Ancient Desolate Realm. So the world I'm in is the Ancient Desolate Realm. According to the ancient book, this world was called the Ancient Desolate Realm. It was as vast as Earth, but the difference between it and Earth was that the Ancient Desolate Realm was rich in spiritual energy and possessed a higher cultivation civilization. The Tianfengxi area where the King Mu Fort was located was only a drop in the ocean in the entire Ancient Desolate Realm. To think that I actually arrived at the Ancient Desolate World that Qin Yan spoke of. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He picked up the Legend of Mountains and Seas and browsed through it quickly. Compared to the previous book, this one shocked him even more. This Legend of the Mountains and Seas was written by one person. The contents were all his guesses. This person had guessed that there was another world outside the ancient barren world. This world was lacking in spiritual qi and was mostly made up of oceans. There were many dynasties that had been replaced one after another. There were even legends about Chang'e flying to the moon. Earth? Isn't this person talking about Earth? Yi Chen suppressed the waves in his heart and continued reading. This person called the world, he guessed the celestial burial planet. He believed that the celestial burial planet and the ancient desolate realm came from the same source. They seemed to be 2 different worlds, but they were both in the same time and space. He even guessed that the ancient desolate realm was the celestial burial planet. However, there was a change in the world that caused the 2 to be separated. Who exactly is this author? To be able to write such content, it's definitely not a guess. He's probably someone from Earth. Yi Chen kept looking for the signature of the book, but he could not see it at all. The first page seemed to have been torn off. In a room in the King Mu Fort, Mu Kaiwei sat quietly in front of the dressing table. Mu Kaiwei sat quietly in front of the dressing table and stared blankly at the ancient painting on the dressing table. A stream of tears slowly fell. The ancient painting was of a woman in palace attire. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and she was lifelike. There was a beauty mole on her chin, and she looked charming. A voice came from outside. "Kaiwei, can I come in?" Mu Kaiwei immediately wiped her tears and put the ancient painting away again. Only then did she walk over and open the door. Her face was expressionless. After King Mu entered the room, he looked around. His gaze lingered on the ancient painting for a few moments before he said with a bitter smile, "Are you thinking about your mother again?" Mu Kaiwei said coldly, "Father, what's the matter?" "I've thought it through today's marriage proposal from the city governor's mansion. Whether you marry or not is up to you. King Mu looked at her with slight heartache. You've sacrificed too much for this family. It's my incompetence. If you're unwilling to marry, go to the capital city to look for your aunt. She'll protect you. As for the King Mu fort, I'll think of a way to deal with it myself. At most, I'll compromise with the king, disperse the family property and become a rich man. No. Mu Kaiwei suddenly shook her head and said, Father, you're too naive. The king has ordered you to send Junyan to the capital city as a hostage many times, but you've rejected all of them. With the king's personality, he won't let you off. Once you compromise, the consequences will be irreversible. King Mu said in a deep voice, It's worth it to use my life in exchange for the safety of you and your brother. Besides, the king might not be that heartless. Mu Kaiwei suddenly said, Father, I've decided to get married. What did you say? Mu Kaiwei took a deep breath in and said, I've decided to get married, but I won't consider the city governor's mansion, the Seven Mysteries mansion, or even any other force. Why? King Mu frowned slightly. Father, whether it's the city governor's mansion or the Seven Mysteries mansion, they're all sheep in wolf skin. Marrying me is only one of the reasons. The most important reason is that they want to suck the blood of the King Mu fort. Mu Kaiwei said, So what I mean is that since I'm going to get married, then I'll choose someone who can't threaten the King Mu fort or even my brother's inheritance. At this point, she paused for a moment and said, This person doesn't need looks, doesn't need an illustrious family background, and doesn't even need to be able to cultivate. King Mu shook his head without even thinking. These people you're talking about are either orphans or cripples. They're either beggars or fools. Where can I find them? Besides, even if I find them, I won't joke around with your happiness. No. Mu Kaiwei pursed her red lips slightly and said hesitantly, I've just thought of a suitable candidate. Moreover, he's living in the King Mu fort now. For some reason, when she decided to get married, a person's figure flashed across her mind. P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update will continue tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Explain the reason for changing the map. It's because the Lonely Mountain is bearing a clue. Don't worry, the protagonist will return to Earth very soon. Finally, please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 745. On the second day after Yi, Chun woke up in the ancient, desolate realm. That night, in the young mistress room of the King Mu fort, Mu Kaiwei was dressed in a plain palace dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. At that moment, she was sizing up Yi Chun with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Yi Chun looked at her with a strange expression. He thought he had heard wrongly. You want me to be the son-in-law of the King Mu fort? Although Mu Kaiwei had saved him, it was purely because of Ju Er's pleading for him. Even if she agreed to bring him back to the King Mu fort, she would still be wary. Therefore, Yi Chun put his identity straight. He wanted to understand this world and find a way to return to Earth. To his surprise, Mu Kaiwei suddenly called him over and took the initiative to care about his past. In the end, she even said that the King Mu fort wanted to recruit him as their son-in-law. That's right. Mu Kaiwei bit her red lips and said slowly, Young Master Shi, you might not know this, but our King Mu fort is currently in a precarious situation. We're surrounded by powerful enemies, and many people are using my marriage to make a fuss. Their goal is to annex our King Mu fort, Yi Chun interrupted her. Ms. Mu, with all due respect, what does what you said have to do with me? Apart from his parents and Su Yuhan, when had Yi Chun ever cared about anyone else's life? Moreover, it was Mu Kaiwei, a stranger. Even though Mu Kaiwei was the best choice in terms of temperament and appearance, she was no different from a beautiful skeleton to Yi Chun. Surprise flashed through Mu Kaiwei's beautiful eyes when she heard that Yi Chun rejected her. One had to know that as the daughter of the King Mu fort's fort master, she had a noble status. Not only was she powerful in martial arts, but she was also known as the #1 beauty in Tianfeng City and even the Tianfeng Sea area. Countless people dreamed of being her guest. However, Yi Chun rejected her. Apart from feeling surprised, Mu Kaiwei felt a sense of defeat. Young master, sure, don't misunderstand. I know you don't like me. In fact, I don't have any feelings for you. Then why? Yi Chun frowned. He secretly guessed if the other party suspected him because he attacked under the name of the Patriarch of Hell last night. Kai Wei said earlier that many forces are using my marriage to make a fuss and want to annex my Qingmu fort. Therefore, Kai Wei has no choice but to get married as soon as possible to destroy their hopes. Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face was extremely lonely as she opened her red lips. That's why Kai Wei plans to fake a marriage with you. Don't worry. Other than the fact that we can have sex, the Qingmu fort won't restrict you. On the contrary, you can even enjoy the treatment of a son-in-law. Before Yi Qin could speak, she added, I know that you were injured earlier, causing your martial vein to be damaged and you can't cultivate. I'm sure you're going to the Sutra Pavilion to find a way to repair your martial vein. Yi Qin was speechless upon hearing that. Seeing that he was silent, Mu Kaiwei was even more certain of her guess. She said, In fact, your martial vein is severely damaged. Ordinary people can't repair it. I might be able to help you recover your martial vein. Yi Chan was confused. Since you want to fake the marriage, you can find anyone in the Qingmu fort. I believe they'll definitely be willing. Why are you looking for me? No. Mu Kaiwei forced a smile and said, Young master, sure, you might not know this, but our Qingmu fort has been passed down for more than 1,000 years, and it's the culmination of the efforts of countless seniors. Many young elites in the fort are ambitious. If I choose them, they'll definitely hinder me in the future, and it might even affect the legacy of the Qingmu fort. As she said that, she took a good look at Yi Qin and said honestly, Young master, sure, you're different. You're being hunted down by your enemies. I'm sure your enemies are very powerful, coupled with the fact that your cultivation base has been crippled. It's impossible for you to return anytime soon. Moreover, you're alone. If you marry into the Qingmu fort, it's impossible for you to threaten my brother's position. Yi Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. To put it bluntly, what Mu Kaiwei meant was that he, Yi Qin, had no one to rely on. He was unfamiliar with Tianfeng City, and he was a piece of trash who could not cultivate. Such a person was easy to control for the Qingmu fort, and they did not have to worry about him turning the tables. Yi Chen's impression of Mu Kaiwei changed a lot since she was so honest. However, just when he was about to reject her, Mu Kaiwei took out 2 maps from the drawer and placed them before Yi Chen gently. One of them is a map of the Tianfeng Sea area. I'll keep my promise and give the map to you, young master sure. At the end of her sentence, she opened the second map and said slowly, Young master sure, this second map is a business under the Qingmu fort. It's called the Spirit Fog Island. There's a type of spirit herb on the island called the Heavenly Origin Fruit. It's one of the main ingredients for refining the vein replenishing pill, and the vein replenishing pill can help you repair your martial vein. Yi Chen took a look and saw that the map was a place covered in a sea of clouds. It seemed to be filled with spiritual fog all year round. Just one look. However, it caused his expression to change slightly. It was because the place with the spiritual fog on the map completely overlapped with a scene on the map that he had obtained from the Wudong Grandmaster, Li Xuanji, on the ghost ship when he was in China. The location of the Earth Immortal Fruit was marked on the map. The Earth Immortal Fruit. Wasn't that why he had stepped onto the ghost ship? Yi Chen suppressed the joy inside of him and took the map calmly. He said, Are you sure the Heavenly Origin Fruit you mentioned is on this island? I'm sure. Mu Kaiwei was delighted when she saw that he was tempted. She immediately said, However, you can't go now. Even the people from the Qingmu fort can't go. Yi Chen's expression turned slightly cold. Why? There are countless rare birds on the Spirit Fog Island, and there are endless spiritual herbs. In the beginning, it was actually an industry that the Qingmu fort had been operating for generations. Mu Kaiwei hesitated and said. However, many forces rose up in Tianfeng City later on. These forces coveted the Spirit Fog Island, so they went against the King Mu Fort many times. Coupled with the gradual decline of the King Mu Fort, we had no choice but to negotiate with these forces to share the Spirit Fog Island. Yi Qin said, "How do we share it?" "All the forces, including the King Mu Fort, will hold a martial gathering every 3 years. All the forces will send their younger generation to fight, and the first force will be able to take over the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. 3 years later, the martial gathering will be held again to redistribute." Mu Kaiwei explained slowly. At the end of her sentence, she said in a slightly lonely manner, 3 years ago, the King Mu Fort lost to the Seven Mysteries Mansion. Therefore, the Spirit Fog Island is currently managed by the Seven Mysteries Mansion. She seemed to be afraid that Yi Chun would be disappointed after saying that, so she added, "However, the 3-year period will be up in 3 days. All parties will hold a new martial gathering. Don't worry, I'll represent the King Mu Fort to fight and take back the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island." "All right, I agree to be the son-in-law of the King Mu Fort." Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times as he made the final decision. "However, I'll make it clear first. It's only a fake marriage. I'll leave after I obtain the heavenly origin fruit. The engagement between us naturally won't be valid." Now that he knew the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal Fruit, he secretly made up his mind to find a way to return to China after obtaining the Earth Immortal Fruit. Chapter 746. Yi Chun left after staying in Mu Tsaiwei's room for a while. After he left, a figure slowly appeared at the door. King Mu watched Yi Chun leave before walking into the room. "Did that brat agree?" He agreed. Mu Kaiwei slowly recounted the process of persuading Yi Chun. She said at the end, "Father, I can tell that this young master sure is really not interested in me. He's not interested in the King Mu Fort either. Looks like this kid is a person that pursues the Tao wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy for him to recover his cultivation?" King Mu fell silent for a few seconds before saying with a soft sigh, "The heavenly origin fruit can indeed be used to refine the vein, replenishing pill. However, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for our King Mu Fort to take back the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island in 3 days." This time, even Mu Kaiwei fell silent. The so-called martial gathering, in simpler words, was a competition between the Blood Blade School, the City Lord's Estate, the Seven Mysteries Mansion, Val Valley, and a few smaller factions in the surroundings. Each faction would send out their strongest people of the younger generation. In the entire King Mu Fort, only Mu Kaiwei and the Grand Elder's son, Mu Xuanjin, could fight. Both of them were only peak martial Tao masters. Although Sita Yu, the son of the city governor's mansion, was also at the peak of the martial Tao Grandmaster realm, he had the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill given by the 8th grade sect, the Cloud Ocean sect. He could step into the Martial Highness realm anytime. There was also the Seven Mysteries Mansion, a grade 9 sect, whose foundation far surpassed the King Mu Fort, as well as Huigang, the son of the Bloodblade sect master, the young valley master of the Vile Valley. And so on King Mu advised, "Kaiwei, I really don't agree to you marrying that brat. Why don't you pick someone from the fort? For example, the great elder's son, Mu Xuanjin? Xianzhen's talent is not bad, and he has always liked you. I can see that too." The thought of his daughter marrying a piece of trash, like Yi Qin, made him feel like his heart was being sliced by a knife. "No." Mu Kaiwei shook her head and said, "Father, I'll only hold them back if I choose someone from the fort. Not to mention that the Grand Elder's reputation in the fort has been growing higher and higher in the recent years, and it faintly shows signs of threatening you. If I were to marry Mu Xuanjin, then the Grand Elder's line is bound to be unable to be suppressed." But King Mu's face twitched slightly. "It's decided then. I'll go make the arrangements now." At the same time, Send someone out to spread the news of my marriage with young Master Sure. Before King Mu could finish speaking, Mu Kaiwei turned around and walked out of the room. That night, an extremely explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire Tianfeng city. It even spread to the surrounding cities at a terrifying speed. The young mistress of the King Mu fort, Mu Kaiwei, was about to get married. The time was set for noon the next day. Who was Mu Kaiwei? Putting aside the fact that she was the daughter of the King Mu fort's fort master, her identity as the first young mistress of the King Mu fort was extremely noble. Just based on her appearance and temperament alone, she was known as the #1 goddess in Tianfeng City and even the #1 beauty in the Tianfeng Sea area. It was unknown how many young elites viewed her as the goddess of their dreams. For her, they would not even eat or drink, and their souls would be infatuated with her. Now that they suddenly heard that she was getting married, how could these people hold it in? Even the King Mu fort was shocked. Therefore, the entire Tianfeng city was in an uproar. Countless young elites thought that they had heard wrongly when they found out about it. After confirming that the news was true, all of them beat their chests and stomped their feet. Their faces were filled with despair, and they sought death for this. Many extremists even blocked the entrance of the King Mu fort and made a ruckus, asking Mu Kaiwei to personally explain if the situation was true. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mu Kaiwei appeared and personally admitted that she was going to get married tomorrow, and everyone in the King Mu fort was preparing for this urgent marriage. My goddess is actually getting married, and it's tomorrow. What's the point of me living in this world? I might as well die and settle everything. Who is it? Which animal has captured young mistress Mu's heart? Come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. You guys still don't know, do you? The King Mu fort has already said that young Mistress Mu isn't getting married, but the King Mu fort is recruiting a son-in-law. What's even more shocking is that this son-in-law is called Sure Something. Young Mistress Mu saved him on her way back to Tianfeng City. It's said that his cultivation base has been crippled, and he's a complete piece of trash. I don't believe it. Why would young Mistress Mu fall for such a person? What's so unacceptable about that? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Obviously, young Mistress Mu has been interacting with this piece of trash with the surname Sure for a long time. Tianfeng City, City Governor's Mansion. After City Governor Situ Yin looked at the information in his hand, his eyes were filled with coldness. What a King Mu fort! What a King Mu fort! Father, Situ Yu, who was behind him, sneered and said, King Mu, that old man, has a good plan. After knowing that we're pressuring him, he actually wants to use a piece of trash to dispel our thoughts. Don't even think about it. Situ Yin flung his sleeve, his expression extremely grim. Does King Mu think he'll be fine just like that? Tomorrow, I'd like to see how the King Mu fort will shut everyone's mouths. He's shameless. If I hadn't received news that Mu Kaiwei had the help of a powerhouse called the Patriarch of Hell on her way back, I would have destroyed the King Mu fort with my troops. Situ narrowed his eyes and said, I'd also like to see what's going on with the man this be asterisk TCH chose. In the Tianfeng Sea area, about 800 kilometers away from Tianfeng City, there was a palace-like building that stood on the peak of a towering mountain. This was where the Seven Mysteries Mansion was located, a place that could be said to be the overlord of the Tianfeng Sea area. In a pavilion, a young man with a cold expression crushed the letter in his hand and chuckled. Mu Kaiwei is getting married tomorrow. Looks like she's been forced into a corner by me. Mu Kaiwei, you're destined to be mine. No one can touch you. I'm looking forward to the scene of the wedding turning into a funeral. After the young man laughed arrogantly, he stood up and shouted, Pass down my order. Prepare the carriage. I'm coming to Tianfeng City tomorrow. Right at this moment, a gray-robed old man leaped in and said in a deep voice, Young master, the King Mu fort is nothing. But don't forget what happened that night. The Patriarch of Hell? The young man narrowed his eyes, feeling a little fearful. The elders have already discussed it. This person is definitely at the pseudo-emperor stage, and it's very likely that he's a hidden powerhouse in the King Mu fort. I can take this opportunity to test him. There was a pseudo-emperor in the Seven Mysteries mansion. However, it still could not change the fact that a pseudo-emperor was powerful. After all, no one knew if this pseudo-emperor would suddenly become an emperor stage cultivator. Even though the Seven Mysteries mansion was the only grade 9 sect in the Tianfengxi area, they only had a few pseudo-emperors. While the outside world was searching for Yi Chen like crazy, he had already arrived at the Spirit Fog Island according to the map given by Mook Highway. P.S. It's a holiday and I'm on the way home, so there aren't many updates today. I'm sorry. There will be more updates during the National Day. At the same time, I wish everyone a happy National Day. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 747. Late at night, Yi Chen stood on a peak and looked into the distance under the cover of the night. What he saw was a boundless sea of clouds. Countless mountain peaks were faintly discernible in the clouds, as if it was a paradise on earth. This is the Spirit Fog Island. A hint of passion flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he mumbled, "If there's nothing wrong with Li Xuanji's map, the Earth Immortal Fruit is on this island." Once he obtained the Earth Immortal Fruit, he would definitely refine the Qi Repair Pill. By then, his parents and second uncle's family would have the qualifications to step into cultivation. Yi Chen did not hesitate anymore as he thought to this point. He stepped into the air and headed deeper into the Spirit Fog Island. Buzz! His body had only taken a few dozen steps when he felt a huge rebounding force coming at him, as if he had hit an invisible barrier. Formation? Yi Chen could not be more familiar with this scene. Clearly, the city governor's mansion, who was in charge of guarding the Spirit Fog Island, had set up a formation around the island to prevent outsiders from entering. How can a mere grade 3 formation stop me? Yi Chen scoffed and lifted his hand. As a dark light flashed, an invisible formation pattern condensed in his hand. Break! He grabbed at the formation in front of him, and a gap was forcefully torn open in the invisible formation barrier. The gap could allow one person to enter and exit freely. Most importantly, Yi Chen did not destroy the formation. After all, under his divine consciousness, he could sense that there were experts from the city governor's mansion guarding the periphery of the Spirit Fog Island. There was a venerable stage powerhouse present. Although killing a venerable stage powerhouse was like killing a chicken to him, the city governor's mansion would definitely notice once he killed him. By then, there might be complications. Let's go. With a thought, Yi Chen quickly shot into the gap in the formation that he had torn open. After he passed through, the gap in the formation closed again. In a residence on the outskirts of the Spirit Fog Island, a few people in the city governor's mansion's attire sat together, drunk. One of them reeked of alcohol. "Second Master, it's not that I'm talking nonsense, but the Spirit Fog Island is protected by the formation set up by Master Hao. There's no need for us to guard this place." That's right, that's right. Look at how things are now. The other brothers are eating and drinking well in the city, while the few of us, along with Second Master, are sitting here in the wilderness. What nonsense are you spouting? A middle-aged man dressed in a commander's uniform looked down at them. The martial gathering is coming. The Spirit Fog Island must not be lost. This is Grandmaster Hao's order. You and I must not slack off. Most of the others instantly sobered up when they heard this, because it was the city governor's estate's commander, Situ Lei, and he was the younger brother of the city governor, Situ Yin. His status was merely inferior to Situ Yin, and he was the second Exalt Realm expert in the city governor's estate. One of them said weakly, "Second Master, I just went to the city to get some wine. Guess what I heard? I heard that the young mistress of the King Mu fort is about to get married." Situ Lei's eyes were cold when he heard this. "What?" "Second Master, I heard it with my own ears. Every word I said is true. The man shivered for a moment before telling him everything he had heard. Bastard, King Mu is indeed cunning. A cold gleam shot out of Sidhu Lei's eyes. He actually chose a piece of trash as his son-in-law. Does he think he'll be fine just like that? When the spirit herb that Grandmaster How designated matures, it'll be the end of your King Mu fort. How could he not covet the #1 beauty of the Tianfeng Sea area, Mu Kai Wei? However, because the city governor's mansion was afraid of the might of the King Mu fort, he did not dare to show it. Now that he heard that Mu Kai Wei was about to get married, how could he not be furious? The Spirit Fog Peak was the largest and most majestic mountain on the Spirit Fog Island. It was also the mountain with the most abundant spiritual energy. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall and pierced into the clouds. It was surrounded by clouds all year round. This is the place. Yi Chen leaped onto the Spirit Fog Peak and enveloped it with his divine consciousness. He sensed the spirit herbs on the Spirit Fog Peak one by one. Strange. Why isn't there the aura of the earth immortal fruit? A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Could Li Xuanji's map be wrong? No, Li Xuanji has never been to the ancient, desolate realm. It's impossible for him to fake that map. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and released his divine consciousness to search his surroundings again. This time, he finally realized that something was amiss. It turned out that there was a faint aura of a formation in the southeast corner. Someone actually set up a formation. Yi Chen moved and appeared at the southeast corner of the Spirit Fog Peak. This place was the same as other places. There was nothing unusual about it. If he was not careful, he might have missed it. It's a grade 3 formation, the aura concealing formation. Looks like there's a mystique master behind the city governor's mansion. He should be a grade 3 mystique master. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. Subsequently, he broke through the formation silently. What he saw was a pool, and there was a water lily around the pool. The water lily was about the size of a stone mill, and there was a golden apricot-shaped fruit in the center. The fruit faintly emitted a faint golden fruit fragrance in the night. It really is an earth immortal fruit. Joy flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He moved and landed next to the water lily immediately. He sized up the fruit at a close distance. After confirming that it was an earth immortal fruit, Yi Chen was a little disappointed. It's a pity that it hasn't ripened yet. However, judging from its color, it'll ripen in the next few days. The earth immortal fruit was the root of the earth. If it was not ripe yet, it would turn into powder in an instant. It would even burrow into the soil when it touched the soil, making it difficult to catch. Moreover, there was no moonlight in the ancient, desolate realm tonight. Even if he wanted to use the immortal drift bottle, he could not. After all, the immortal drift bottle could only produce the mysterious green liquid on its own on a full moon. While Yi Chen was sizing up the water lily was also trembling slightly. The water lily was also trembling slightly. A few seconds later, 2 furious roars came from the water. As 2 huge waves surged out, 2 giant beasts, one black and one white, broke out of the water and attacked Yi Chen one after another. When he focused, he saw that they were 2 giant loaches. Clearly, they were the earth immortal fruit's spiritual beasts. Evil creature, how dare you be so fierce? Yi Chen was not surprised by that at all. He grabbed at the air, and the entire space trembled. The 2 giant loaches only felt a terrifying pressure coming at them. They immediately stopped moving in the air, but their eyes were filled with fear. They actually have a trace of the dragon chimera's bloodline. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. There were 10 ferocious beasts in the cultivation world. One of them was called the dragon chimera. It was extremely ferocious and specialized in eating dragon liver and gall. It was the dragon race's natural nemesis. The 2 loaches in front of him had a trace of the dragon chimera's bloodline in their bodies, so they cultivated to mastery stage spirit assembly here. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He grabbed at the two giant loaches through the air. "Even so, if you dare to offend me, you'll die." At this moment, a childish voice rang in his ears. "Bad guy. Don't kill them." Chapter 748. The voice that came out of nowhere shocked Yi Chen. He looked in the direction of the voice and realized that the water lily in front of him was trembling slightly. "Are you the one talking?" "Be bad guy, of course it's me." A voice that sounded like a 5- or 6-year-old girl's was heard again. The water lily trembled even more frequently. "Bad guy, can you not kill them?" "Interesting." Yi Chen raised his brows and took a good look at the water lily. He did not expect it to be able to speak. One had to know that creatures like demonic beasts could not speak human language unless they reached foundation building. If they wanted to transform into a human, they would need to reach golden core, cultivation base. "Why can't I kill them?" Yi Chen said with interest. "Since you can speak, you must have a certain level of intelligence. Then you should know that these two demonic beasts have been waiting for the day you mature before eating you." "I know," the water lily said innocently, "but I've been here for 300 years. They're the ones who talk to me. If you kill them, I'll be bored and unhappy. Then I'll die." Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. "How dare you threaten me? Do you know that you can't even protect yourself?" "I know that too." The water lily's timid voice sounded again. "Last time, a big bad guy like you discovered me. I knew that I couldn't protect myself." Yi Chen asked, "Is he a formation master?" "Yes, he's a formation master, an old man. He's much more disgusting than you. As soon as he saw me, he would dance with his hands and feet and smile lewdly. However, we ignored him." At this point, the water lily said in an extremely childish manner, "Bad guy, as long as you don't kill them, I'll give you the fruit when the time comes. Is that okay?" "Sure, but you have to promise me something." Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times as he said, "After you mature, not only do you have to give me the fruit, but you have to leave with me. You have to know that you've been exposed. If you continue to stay here, you know what will happen. Like hell, I'll believe you. You're just as bad as that old man. Both of you want me." Yi Chen was speechless when he heard that. "I only want the earth immortal fruit. The reason why I want your true form is because you're the root of the earth. Staying here is just like gathering dust. If you come with me, you might be able to break free from the shackles of your true form and transform into a human. Of course, if you don't agree, then I'll kill these two animals right now and come back when you've matured. At that time, it won't be up to you to choose." Extreme killing intent exploded in Yi Chen's eyes as he looked at the two giant loaches after saying that. Seeing that he was about to turn hostile, the water lily trembled violently and immediately relented. "Don't, I promise you." "All right." Yi Chen then retracted the killing intent on his body. He said to the giant loach expressionlessly, "You guys do the same. Hand over the soul blood." The two giant loaches hesitated for a moment. In the end, they opened their mouths and spat. Two streams of red blood that looked like earthworms landed in Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said, "From now on, your lives are in my hands. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, you won't have to worry about your safety. I'll even guide you to foundation building in the future." The two giant loaches let out a low growl as if they were agreeing. "Very well. From now on, you guys are responsible for guarding the earth immortal fruit. You're not allowed to eat it without permission, nor are you allowed to expose yourself. I'll come back in 3 days." After arranging everything, Yi Chen left the Spirit Fog Island quietly. The venerable stage powerhouse in charge of guarding the Spirit Fog Island did not notice him at all. As soon as he returned to the entrance of the Kingmu Fort, he realized that the entire fort was brightly lit. It was as if a great enemy had come. An illuminating pulse martial artist guarding the door was stunned at first when he saw Yi Chen. Subsequently, he rushed into the castle hurriedly and said as he ran, "Castle Master, Young mistress, that piece of trash is back. No, it's young master. In an instant, the entire King Mu fort was in chaos. Soon, the young mistress, Mu Kaiwei, walked out quickly with her men. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yi Qin. Disperse. She did not say anything unnecessary. She waved her hand and gestured for all the warriors to leave. On the other hand, Wang Chengliang, who was in charge of guarding the King Mu fort, jumped out. He pointed at Yi Chen's nose and scolded, "Trash, where did you go? Do you know?" "Shut up." Before Yi Chen could speak, Mu Kaiwei shouted coldly, "Wang Chengliang, remember, young master Shi is my fiancé now, and he's also the future young master of the King Mu fort. If I hear you being rude to him again, you'll bear the consequences." Wang Chengliang's face was flushed red. He could only look at Yi Chen with hatred. He did not expect Mu Kaiwei to scold him for Yi Chen. "Come in with me." Mu Kaiwei did not care about Wang Chengliang's expression. She turned around and left after taking a good look at Yi Chen. In Mu Tsaiwei's room, Mu Kaiwei looked at Yi Chen in a daze. "Where did you go?" Half an hour ago, the King Mu fort realized that Yi Chen was missing. The entire fort was in an uproar. Countless people were looking for Yi Chen everywhere. Countless thoughts flashed through Mu Tsaiwei's mind at that time. She thought that Yi Chen had escaped or that a hostile force like the city governor's mansion had captured him. Yi Chen smiled lightly. "I was bored, so I went out for a walk." The situation is unclear now. Plus, tomorrow is our wedding day, so it's better if you don't walk around. If you're really bored, I can get Jiao to accompany you around the King Mu fort. Mu Kaiwei did not pursue the matter. She was smart enough to know that Yi Chen had probably gone to the Spirit Fog Island. However, to her, Yi Chen did not enter the Spirit Fog Island at all. After all, the Spirit Fog Island was guarded by the commander of the city governor's mansion, Sita Lei, and Sita Lei was at the venerable stage. Yi Chen suddenly said, "Oh yeah, I want to ask you a question." After saying that, he took out the legend of mountains and seas that he found on the first floor of the library and pretended to be curious as he asked, "Who wrote this book?" Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face changed slightly, but she quickly hid it. She did not answer his question. "Why are you asking this?" Yi Chen saw her reaction and said while smiling, "No, I just think that the content of this book is too absurd. However, it's quite interesting, so I want to know who wrote it. This is a forbidden book. Don't read it anymore. Otherwise, it'll bring disaster to you and even our King Mu fort." Mu Kaiwei took the book over and destroyed it in front of Yi Chen as she spoke. Chapter 749. Forbidden Book? Yi Chen suppressed his confusion and walked out of Mu Tsaiwei's room. He frowned and said, "It seems like Mu Kaiwei knows the origin of this book." However, since Mu Kaiwei did not say anything, he could not pursue the matter. If that was the case, it would make him seem abnormal. "Looks like I can only find out about the origin of this book through other channels." Shaking his head, he walked towards his room and saw that Jiu was already waiting there. "Brother Shi." When she saw him, Jiu seemed to have thought of something. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly changed her words. "Young master, young mistress has already arranged a new room for you. Come with me quickly." There were 4 old men following behind her. Each of them was a peak martial Master. However, their attitude was very cold. They did not even look at Yi Chen. "Young master?" Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not used to being called that. However, he felt relieved when he thought that it was just a deal between him and Mu Kaiwei. Under Jiu-er's lead, the group left the King Mu fort and arrived at a mansion less than a kilometer away from the fort. Along the way, countless servants of the King Mu fort would stop what they were doing when they saw Yi Chen. They would bow to him and call him young master. However, everyone's expressions were indifferent. Most of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, Mu Kaiwei was very dissatisfied with such a husband. "Jiu, lowered her head and did not say anything. No one knew what she was thinking about. Soon, she led Yi Qin into a renovated bridal room. The bridal room was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Whether it was the bedding, bed covers, or even the tables and chairs, they had all been replaced with new ones. They were all red, and it was extremely festive. Young master, we're here. This is a property under the King Mu Fort, and it's also the residence that young mistress has arranged for you. Jiu left as if she was fleeing after saying that. She did not give Yi Qin a chance to speak at all. Meanwhile, the 4 martial Dao masters guarded the residence, quietly. Yi Qin was confused. Why is this girl so mysterious? Before dawn the next day, the entire King Mu Fort was bustling with activity. All the servants of the fort started to set up the wedding venue. Even the entire Tianfeng Sea area was shaken, and countless forces headed to the King Mu Fort. Throughout the entire time, Yi Qin stayed in the bridal room. No one paid any attention to him. Even Mu Kaiwei, King Mu, her father-in-law in name, did not come, let alone the servants. Yi Qin seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. When it was almost noon, a maid knocked on the door of the bridal room and said blankly, "Young master, the wedding is about to begin. Miss asked us to help you bathe, change your clothes, and dress you up." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Sure. A few maidservants walked in with all sorts of things. They bathed Yi Qin, changed his clothes, and dressed him up. He had been busy for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. In the end, Yi Qin wore a red groom's costume with a big red flower hanging on his chest. He looked like an ancient groom. "Son-in-law, the auspicious hour is almost here. You should go and fetch the bride." After the leading maidservant said that, an old man walked in and led Yi Qin out of the mansion. There was a group of black horses with soft fur outside. They were extremely tall and energetic. Most importantly, the streets outside the mansion were filled with countless people. They were all people from Tianfeng City. The old man held the horse's head. "Son-in-law, please get on the horse." Subsequently, 2 warriors grabbed Yi Qin's arms and pushed him onto the black horse. Clearly, they thought that it was too difficult for Yi Qin to get on the horse, since he was a piece of trash. The people from Tianfeng City around them were in an uproar when they saw that. They pointed at Yi Qin and started discussing. "Look, is that the guy who's going to marry Ms. Mu? This person looks ordinary. I wonder why Ms. Mu would fall for such a person. A good cabbage has been taken by a pig. Sad, sad, I want to cry. Didn't the King Mu Fort say that this brat is marrying into the family? Why is there a wedding ceremony? I heard that Ms. Mu is kind. In order to save this brat's face, she organized a wedding ceremony. Look, that brat even needs help to get on the horse. He's indeed a piece of trash." Countless people wailed and cursed. There were even people who wanted to charge over and question Yi Qin. However, they were all stopped by the guards who had been guarding the surroundings since a long time ago. Throughout the entire process, Yi Qin rode on the black horse. His expression was calm, as if he did not hear the insults around him. His calmness made the powerhouse from the King Mu Fort, who was in charge of protecting him, secretly nod. At the same time, in the King Mu Fort, at that moment, Mu Kaiwei was wearing a bright red phoenix crown. The fine bead curtain hanging from the phoenix crown covered her beautiful facial features. Even so, her black hair that was like a waterfall was tied behind her back. She was wearing a bright red wedding robe made of 4 happiness cloud radish brocade. Her waist was tied up, and her slender waist that could be grasped with one hand was vividly outlined. She wore an exquisite jade belt on her waist, and under the jade belt was a pair of jade-like feet wrapped in golden silk boots. At that moment, she was like a favored concubine in an ancient palace, causing everything to pale in comparison. "Young mistress, you're so beautiful today." Jiu, who was in charge of putting on makeup for her, raised her head to look at her in the mirror and praised sincerely. "It's really a blessing from his previous life for young master to be able to marry you." What she did not notice was that there were streams of tears slowly flowing down Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face, which was covered by the curtain of beads hanging from the phoenix crown. Any woman who reached the age of first awakening in love would fantasize about who their future husband would be. Even she was no exception. However, being born into a family like the King Mu Fort meant that she, Mu Kaiwei, could not make many choices according to her heart. Haha, Mu Kaiwei. Oh, Mu Kaiwei, what are you sad about? She secretly wiped away her tears and clenched her fists tightly. For father, for brother, for the King Mu Fort, you made the right choice. Moreover, you and young master sure aren't really married. Thinking to this point, she took a deep breath in and said, do you remember what I told you before? Young mistress, do we really have to do that? Ju'er's pretty face blushed. She lowered her head and said shyly, but tonight is your and young master's day. Silly girl. Mu Kaiwei instantly smiled through her tears. Do you think I don't know that you like young master sure? Moreover, young mistress is marrying young master sure, and you're a dowry maid. Right at this moment, a series of powerful footsteps could be heard, and then King Mu walked in. Kaiwei, the wedding procession is here. King Mu looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. Logically speaking, although any father would not be able to accept his daughter's wedding, they would still wish her well. However, he could not be happy at all. He even felt extreme heartache. It was because his daughter was going to marry a piece of trash. Chapter 750. Yes, father. Mu Kaiwei stood up and walked out of the room with the help of and the other maidservants. The sedan chair was already waiting outside. Kaiwei! At that moment, King Mu suddenly called out. A few seconds later, he said hoarsely, Father, I'm sorry. His daughter was only in her teens, but she had already shared the pressure of the King Mu Fort for him. She had sacrificed too much, and now she had to sacrifice her happiness for the fort. Mu Tsaiwei's body trembled slightly before she turned around to look at King Mu. She lifted the curtain of pearls hanging from the phoenix crown and smiled sweetly. Father, today is a joyous day. We're not allowed to cry. You must bless me. After saying that, she walked out of the room without looking back. The outside of the King Mu Fort was already surrounded. Countless people stretched their necks, waiting for the goddess of their dreams to come out. Therefore, when Mu Kaiwei, who was dressed in a wedding dress, walked out, everyone burst into an uproar, and it was replaced by waves of gasps. Under the bright sunlight, the red phoenix crown on Mu Tsaiwei's head shone brightly. As the bead curtain swayed, her eyebrows, snow-white skin, and bright eyes and lips were faintly discernible. She was like a goddess descending to the mortal world, dazzling and dazzling. Goddess, my goddess, why did you marry a piece of trash? Are all the men in this world dead? My heart hurts so much. Who can stab me and give me a quick death? I don't want to live any more. With Mu Tsaiwei's appearance, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people fought to stop everything, but they were stopped by the guards of the King Mu Fort. Mu Kaiwei boarded a red sedan chair with the help of the maidservants. At that moment, a group of tall horses slowly walked over from the other end of the street. Yi Chen got off the horse under everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. He walked to the sedan chair slowly. The MC shouted, Groom, bring the bride out of the sedan chair. A maidservant handed him a jade scepter. Yi Chen took it and handed it into the sedan chair. Mu Kaiwei walked out again with one end of the jade scepter in her hand. The moment Yi Chen saw Mu Kaiwei in a wedding dress, he could not help but be dazzled, even though he was mentally prepared. Subsequently, someone handed him a red ribbon. One end was tied to Yi Chen, while the other was tied to Mu Kaiwei. Cross the brazier. As soon as the MC finished speaking, Yi Chen led Mu Kaiwei to the front. There was a brazier at the entrance of the King Mu Fort. After crossing the brazier, the group of them walked towards the meeting hall of the King Mu Fort. At this moment, there were already countless people waiting. The eyes of many young elites from the King Mu fort twitched when they saw Yi Qin holding Mu Saiwei's hand. They had sworn to marry Mu Kaiwei since they were young. In the end, it benefited an outsider. This outsider was trash who could not cultivate. The upper echelons of the King Mu fort had grim expressions on their faces, but they did not flare up. Clearly, King Mu had informed them in advance. There was a long red carpet at the entrance of the meeting hall. The end of the red carpet extended all the way to the top of the meeting hall. King Mu sat there with a forced smile. The MC said again, "The bride and groom shall clasp hands." Someone took the jade scepter immediately. Yi Qin hesitated whether he should grab Mu Saiwei's hand. After all, it was just a process. Moreover, apart from Su Yuhan, he had never touched any other woman, not even his hand. While he was hesitating, Mu Kaiwei took the initiative to stretch her slender hand over and interlock her fingers with Yi Qin's. At that moment, Yi Qin could feel Mu Saiwei's hand trembling slightly. She seemed to be nervous and resistant at the same time. Mu Saiwei's hand was very cold. It was strangely cold, as if it had been frozen. The two of them walked into the meeting hall without saying a word. The MC held the prepared documents and began to read out the identity of the bride and groom, how they met and fell in love, and then introduced the guests after a series of procedures. The MC said, "The auspicious time has come." Only then did the master of ceremony say, "The auspicious time has come, bow to heaven and earth." Mu Kaiwei bowed. Yi Qin, on the other hand, remained unmoved. He would not bow to heaven or kneel to the ground. The reason being that heaven and earth were under his control. Many people secretly frowned when they saw that. They thought that Yi Qin had gone mad from excitement. King Mu said in a deep voice, "Qianhan, what are you doing?" Announced the second segment. Before Yi Qin could speak, Mu Kaiwei lifted her head to look at the MC next to her and helped Yi Qin out of the predicament. The MC said again, "Bow to your parents." This time, Yi Qin only bowed to King Mu. King Mu became more and more unhappy. However, when he thought about how the marriage was not their true will, he could only pretend that he did not see it. The MC said in the end, "Bow to each other." Yi Qin turned to Mu Kaiwei. At the same time, Mu Kaiwei also turned to him. Just as Mu Kaiwei was about to bow, a calm voice was heard, "Wait!" As the voice fell, King Mu's expression changed slightly, and Mu Saiwei's face, which was hidden under the phoenix crown bead curtain, turned cold. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a purple brocade robe slowly walking in. Behind him was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. "It's City Governor Situ." The expressions of many guests changed drastically. For a moment, the entire wedding venue fell into dead silence. King Mu stood up and said with an ugly expression, "Brother Situ, today is a joyous day for the King Mu fort. I'm afraid it's not good for you to disturb us rashly, right?" As his voice fell, the upper echelons of the King Mu fort, who were sitting above, all stood up and looked at Situ Yun and his son with hostility. "Ha ha ha!" Situ Yun laughed out loud and said, "Brother Mu, aren't you being a bad friend? Our families have known each other in Tianfeng City for a few years, yet you didn't invite the city governor's mansion on such a joyous day." Everyone came to a realization. King Mu said with a fake smile, "My daughter's marriage is just a family matter. How can it alarm the city governor's mansion? I appreciate Brother Situ's good intentions. Please return. I'll definitely prepare a generous gift to disturb you in the future." He seemed to have given the order to chase them away. However, Situ Yin remained unmoved as if he did not hear it. He continued to say with a smile, "Brother Mu, I'm already here, so there's no rush to leave. I'd like to see what kind of existence can marry Kaiwei." "That's right, uncle." Situ Yu stood up as well. He looked at Yi Qin while smiling. "I believe this is Brother Shi Qianhan, right?" Rumor has it that Brother Sher's martial vein has been damaged and your cultivation base has been completely lost. I don't believe it. After all, not everyone can win Ms. Mu's heart. At the end of his sentence, he clasped his fists at Yi Qin and said extremely sincerely, I'm Sitayu from the city governor's mansion. I'm at the peak innate stage. I hope that Brother Sher will be generous with your guidance. With that, his figure flashed, and he actually dashed towards Yi Qin. Bastard! Seeing this, King Mu flew into a rage. He suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible force immediately charged towards Sitayu. Buzz! Sitayu swept his sleeve and quietly dispelled the force. He said with a smile, Brother Mu, it's just a spar between juniors. Let's just watch from the side. Chapter 751. In the meeting hall of the King Mu Fort. As the city governor's mansion city, Governor Sitayun's son, Sitayu suddenly attacked Yi Qin. The expressions of all the guests changed. One had to know that today was a joyous day for the King Mu Fort. The city governor's mansion was so arrogant, it was obvious that they did not take the King Mu Fort seriously. Sitayu, how dare you! While King Mu was furious, he wanted to stop Sitayu, but he was held back by Sitayu. Junior, how dare you! The upper echelons of the King Mu Fort reacted as well. One of the elders snorted coldly and moved. He grabbed at Sitayu, who was about to approach Yi Qin. At that moment, the power of a formation pattern slowly condensed in front of the elder's chest. An extremely terrifying aura immediately heavily injured him. Bleck! The elder was sent flying. When he stood up, he spat a mouthful of blood. He looked at an old man behind Sitayu in shock. A formation master? It was an old man in a black robe. His face was covered in countless ugly spots, and there was no aura fluctuation on his body. No one could notice his existence. However, as soon as the elder of the King Mu Fort finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed, including King Mu. Formation Master. This profession represented a special group of people in the ancient, desolate realm. They could use the mountains, rivers, and vegetation to set up formations, and even form seals in the air to defend against enemies. They possessed great might, and a formation master would not be at a disadvantage when facing three powerhouses of the same level. A powerful formation master could even slaughter an entire country by himself. King Mu's expression changed a few times as he said in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering with the King Mu Fort's matters? The black-robed old man smiled faintly. I'm just an old man who happened to pass by. I also want to know how capable the new son-in-law of the King Mu Fort is to be able to marry Ms. Mu. What he said was equivalent to supporting Sitayu to attack Yi Qin. King Mu's heart was filled with bitterness. With the help of such a formation master in the city governor's mansion, they could not attack at all. The series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, they realized that Sitayu was less than 2 steps away from Yi Qin. This brat is dead for sure. How can he be a match for young Master Sitayu? That's right. I heard that he even needed help to get on his horse. He's clearly a weakling, without the strength to truss a chicken. At that moment, many people looked at Yi Qin with sympathy. The young elites of the King Mu Fort, including Wang Qingliang and the rest, revealed gloating expressions. They could not wait for Yi Qin to die in Sitayu's hands. This way, the marriage would be left unsettled. King Mu would not go so far as to fall out with the city governor's mansion over a dead person. Throughout the entire process, Yi Qin did not move at all. However, he was secretly thinking if he could successfully obtain the Earth Immortal Fruit once he exposed his strength. However, to Mu Sitayu, clan governor, to Mu you was. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Sitayu's lips. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as his fingers curled into claws. He wanted to kill Yi Qin in one go. By then, he would say that he had failed, and the King Mu fort would not dare to start a war with the city governor's mansion. At that moment, Mu Kaiwei, who was next to Yi Qin, made her move. She took off the phoenix crown on her head with one hand, and her slender, smooth, jade-like hand suddenly stretched out. Her action seemed slow, but she blocked Situyu's claw. Boom! The moment the two of them clashed, the entire meeting hall shook violently. A terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions, but it was neutralized in the next moment. Even so, cracks appeared on the ground as if an earthquake had occurred, causing many people's expressions to change. Tap, 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 Situyu retreated a few steps. When he stabilized himself, there was a trace of shock in his eyes as he looked at Mu Kaiwei. He did not expect Mu Kaiwei to protect Yi Qin, a piece of trash. What shocked him even more was that Mu Kaiwei seemed to have improved again. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They thought that Yi Qin would definitely die, but they did not expect Mu Kaiwei to attack. Situyu, how dare you attack my husband? A cold voice that could make all men go soft slowly came from Mu Kaiwei's mouth. At this moment, after Mu Kaiwei took off the red phoenix crown on her head, she revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face. However, her phoenix-like eyes were filled with coldness. Gulp, countless throaty sounds rang out one after another. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that face with incomparable sluggishness. Beautiful, too beautiful. Mu Kaiwei, who was wearing light makeup, was already known as the #1 beauty in the Tianfeng Sea area. Now that she was dressed up, any woman in this world would pale in comparison to her. Situyu was burning with jealousy when he saw that Mu Kaiwei had attacked him for Yi Qin. Kaiwei, you and Shi haven't even completed the wedding. Logically speaking, you guys aren't considered husband and wife now, right? Only he was worthy of such a beauty, but in the end, a piece of trash benefited from it. At that moment, his killing intent toward Yi Qin increased again. That's right, young Master Situ is right. Ms. Mu, you and this piece of trash haven't even completed the ceremony, so you're not considered husband and wife yet. Ms. Mu, this piece of trash isn't worthy of you. In an instant, countless voices rang out in the meeting hall. All of them stood up to support Situyu. Mu Kaiwei's expression remained the same. Instead, she suddenly turned around and pressed on Yi Qin's shoulders. Then, she bent down and bowed to Yi Qin. At the next moment, the ceremony is completed. She took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Qin to protect him. She squinted slightly and looked at everyone coldly. From now on, Shi Qianhan is my husband and the son-in-law of the King Mu fort. Since he's my husband, I'll definitely protect him. Since he's the son-in-law of the King Mu fort, the entire King Mu fort will definitely protect him with our lives. Hearing those words, everyone was rendered speechless. Under such circumstances, Mu Kaiwei actually completed the final ceremony of marriage with Yi Qin, the ceremony of husband and wife. In that case, Yi Qin's identity as the son-in-law of the King Mu fort was confirmed. No matter how much they objected, it was useless. Situyu's expression turned ugly. Yi Qin's expression changed slightly. He looked at the figure blocking his way with a complicated gaze. His calm heart gradually stirred. This woman clearly did not like him. The reason why she chose to marry him was for the sake of the King Mu fort. In her eyes, he was no different from a tool. However, under such circumstances, she was unusually straightforward and decisive. She gave him enough face in front of others, and even stood up to protect him. Chapter 752. The one with the most complicated feelings was none other than King Mu. He did not expect his daughter to be so determined. After hesitating for a moment, he also said in a powerful voice, "That's right. Shi Qianhan is now the son-in-law of the King Mu fort. If anyone dares to attack him again, the entire King Mu fort will definitely fight to the death." As soon as he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Even Situyun and his son from the city governor's mansion were no exception. Right at this moment, a seemingly disdainful laugh exploded in everyone's ears. Fort Master Mu is really extraordinarily domineering. As the laughter faded, a commotion broke out in the crowd outside the meeting hall, and many people retreated to the side. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a black shadow flashed over in the sky. It was a palanquin. The palanquin was carried by 4 women in palace attire. All of them were venerable stage powerhouses. The 4 of them walked in the air and carried the palanquin over quickly. Inside the palanquin sat a young man in luxurious clothes with a cold expression. The young man held a fan in his hand, and he was extremely domineering. It's him, the young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao. TSK, I didn't expect him to come as well. After seeing the young man's appearance, everyone on the ground sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. The 7 Mysteries Mansion. It was an overlord that suppressed the Tianfengxi area, and it was also the only grade 9 sect in the entire Tianfengxi area. Even the city governor of Tianfeng City, City Yun, who had the backing of a dynasty, still had to be wary of it. Before the crowd could react, another few laughs rang out. Ha ha ha! We were just about to pay a visit to Brother Mu, but we didn't expect to run into Brother Mu's wedding. What a joyous occasion! When the laughter entered everyone's ears, their eardrums were about to explode. As the laughter faded, a group of people slowly walked in. The ones in the lead were 2 middle-aged men. One of them was dressed in a light gray silk robe. His eyes were sunken, and he looked rather sharp. The most shocking thing was that he was holding an incomparably sharp saber in his hand. Beside him was a fat old man in a kasaya. The old man had a pair of steel hoops on his head, and his head was full of scabies. A string of prayer beads that were strung together with human bones hung around his neck. It's the sect master of the Bloodblade sect, Feng Jingyao. There's also vile Men Valley's Monklon. With the appearance of this group of people, the wedding venue completely exploded. There were a total of 5 great forces in the entire Tianfengxi area. Among them, the 7 Mysteries Mansion ranked first, the City Governor's Mansion ranked second, the King Mu Fort ranked third, the Bloodblade sect ranked fourth, and the Vile Valley ranked fifth. These 4 forces usually competed with each other openly and covertly. Who would have thought that they would gather together for a wedding? For a moment, countless people's expressions changed. Their eyes flickered. The 4 great forces have joined forces. They're probably not here with good intentions. King Mu's face twitched slightly. He then walked out with his men and said expressionlessly, Young Master Li, Sect Master Feng, and Monklon, the 3 of you have gathered at my King Mu fort today. Don't tell me you're trying to disturb me, like City Governor Situ? If these people attacked together, everyone in the King Mu fort would not be enough. After all, they only had 2 venerable stage powerhouses on their side, and the Grand Elder had yet to return. No. After the young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao landed, he waved the folding fan in his hand and said elegantly, For Master Mu, you've misunderstood. I'm here purely to congratulate you. The Bloodblade sect master, Feng Jingyao, laughed. We heard that young Mistress Mu was attacked on her way back to Tianfeng City, so we came to show our concern. That's right. Monklon from the Vile Valley took a deep look at Li Hao, and his eyes flickered as he said, I heard that the person who attacked young Mistress Mu claimed to be from the 7 Mysteries Mansion. I didn't believe it, so I came to confirm it. I didn't expect to meet young Master Li here. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone could not help but look at Li Hao. They had also heard the news that Mu Kaiwei had been attacked by a mysterious force on the night she returned to Tianfeng City. The most widespread version was that the 7 Mysteries Mansion had attacked. What nonsense! The young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao, immediately smirked coldly. My 7 Mysteries Mansion has always been upright. How could we do such an improper thing? Moreover, who doesn't know that my 7 Mysteries Mansion has a good relationship with the King Mu Fort? I hope that Fort Master Mu won't believe the instigation of someone with ulterior motives. King Mu secretly sneered. How could he not know that these people were beating around the bush? Especially Li Hao. He had actually cleared himself of all suspicion. My daughter was indeed attacked. He snorted coldly and said, Fortunately, my Mu family was prepared, so my daughter is fine. However, this matter is not over. If I find evidence, I will definitely not let this matter rest. Li Hao and the other two narrowed their eyes when they heard that. They secretly tried to figure out the meaning behind King Mu's words. Even the eyes of the city governor of Tianfeng City, Situ Yin, narrowed. He was prepared. Could it be that the patriarch of hell who attacked that night was from the King Mu fort? Or did he have some sort of relationship with the King Mu fort? At that moment, the few old foxes began to plot in their hearts. The Bloodblade sect master, Feng Jingyao, glanced at Yi Qin and laughed out loud. Is this Brother Mu's son-in-law? His temperament is extraordinary. He's indeed a match made in heaven with Ms. Mu. Shameless. Hearing those words, many people felt contempt in their hearts. Fort Master Mu, I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any gifts. I can only give Brother Shi a personal jade pendant. I hope Brother Shi doesn't mind. Li Hao waved his folding fan, and a maidservant walked to Yi Chen's side with a green jade pendant in both hands. Yi Chen revealed a spurious smile because he could sense a trace of vile energy on the jade pendant through his divine consciousness. Clearly, Li Hao had ulterior motives. King Mu gave Yi Chen some face in front of outsiders. He said, while smiling immediately, since it's a gift from young Master Li, accept it, Qian Han. Yi Chen stretched his hand out to take it, but the maidservant's hand trembled. She grabbed Yi Chen's hand intentionally. Young Master Shi, I'm sorry. The maidservant retracted her hand. To outsiders, there was nothing unusual about the entire process. Yi Chen took a good look at her. Don't worry about it. Since young Master Li has given us a gift, it would be rude of us to come empty-handed. The Bloodblade sect master smiled and ordered someone to give him a pair of golden bracelets. Monk Lan from the Vile Valley gave him a pair of ivory chopsticks. Even the city governor of Tianfeng City, Situ Yin, gave him 2 grade, 3 medicinal pills due to his pride. Then he left with a scowl. The crisis was resolved just like that, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What they did not know was that the reason the 4 forces came to investigate Yi Chen was secondary. The main reason was to find out the relationship between the King Mu fort and the Patriarch of Hell. However, King Mu's words were flawless, causing these old foxes to be unable to see through him. Chapter 753. Let's begin. After watching them leave, King Mu heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then he turned around and said to Zhou, help young Master down to rest. Young Master, let's go. Zhou walked over with a shocked expression. She left the banquet with a few maidservants and returned to the bridal chamber that had been prepared. Meanwhile, the bride Mu Kaiwei was entertaining the guests outside. It was as if Yi Chen was the bride and Mu Kaiwei was the groom. 7 Mysteries Mansion, huh? Yi Chen took out the emerald jade pendant. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips when he sensed the murderous aura in it. You guys have a good plan, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. After saying that, he wiped away all the murderous aura in the jade pendant and began to absorb the spiritual energy within it. Soon, the jade pendant turned into dust. In a tavern less than 5 kilometers away from the King Mu fort, the young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao, sat upright in a private room. A maidservant knelt before him respectfully. Young Master, I took the opportunity to test him just now. There really isn't any cultivation fluctuation in that brat's body. Looks like this brat is really a piece of trash. The expression in Li Hao's eyes flickered. This brat took my jade pendant, so I'm afraid he won't live for long. There's nothing to worry about. However, to my disappointment, That old bastard, King Mu, is as cunning as a ghost. His words are specious. He waved the folding fan in his hand and sneered, "Forget it. The martial gathering is coming. I don't believe that the King Mu fort won't give itself away." Tianfeng City Governor's Mansion. "Father, why didn't you make a move earlier?" Situ Yu's expression was extremely ferocious. The King Mu fort only has King Mu, a venerable stage powerhouse, and we still have Master Hao on our side. If you made a move then, the entire King Mu fort would definitely be wiped out. His heart twitched when he thought about how Mu Kaiwei, whom he regarded as his exclusive property, had already become Yi Chen's wife. They might even be in the bridal chamber tonight. "Fool!" Situ Yun berated coldly. "Did you see that even the Seven Mysteries Mansion, Bloodblade Sect, and Vile Valley didn't make a move? In the end, it's because they're afraid of old ancestor Nether Spring." At this point, he could not help but look at the black-robed old man beside him. He cupped his fists and said, "Master Hao, you're a grade 3 Mystic Master, and your mental strength is not something we can compare to. Do you sense anything wrong with the King Mu fort?" "No." The black-robed old man shook his head expressionlessly and said, "There's no aura of a powerhouse in the entire King Mu fort. There are only two possibilities in this situation. The first is that the King Mu fort has nothing to do with the Patriarch of Hell, and King Mu is holding on. The second is that the Patriarch of Hell's cultivation has surpassed mine." Situ Yun's expression changed without end when he heard this. Similar scenes seemed to be happening in the Blood Blade Gate and Vile Valley. Very soon night fell. The King Mu fort was still filled with banquets and guests. It was bustling. In the bridal room, a stone tablet appeared before Yi Chen. The stone tablet was about 2 feet long and was only a palm wide. It emitted an ancient aura, and divine light surged faintly. There seemed to be mysterious engravings on it. It was the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet that Yi Chen had obtained from the ghost ship. It was also because of this item that Xiao Yuanjing had used Luo Shuiyao and the female corpse in the ice coffin to threaten Luo Tianya and Shi Qianhan to attack him. Ever since he came to the ancient desolate realm, he had been either understanding this world or searching for the earth immortal fruit. He had not had the time to investigate this item. Yi Chen secretly frowned. This was left behind by Qin Yan, and Qin Yan is the master of the ghost ship's subordinate. Why did he leave this to me? The trip to the ghost ship had allowed him to understand a lot, especially Qian Qian's identity. Obviously, Qian Qian was the daughter of the master of the ghost ship, and she seemed to be some little princess. As for the old lunatic who had followed Qian Qian out of the ghost ship back then, he must have been the master of the ghost ship. They must be the subordinates of the owner of the ghost ship. Back then it was also because that person was deceived by Shang Santian and lured the powerhouses of Shang Santian onto the ghost ship. In the end, they harmed Qian Qian's parents and caused this tragedy. The forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet and the ancient desolate realm both have the word ancient desolate realm in them. Could there be a connection between the two? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before biting his finger and dripping a drop of blood on the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet. Subsequently, he stared at the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet with all his attention. To his disappointment, the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet did not react at all. "Looks like dripping blood won't work." Yi Chen raised his brows slightly and secretly guessed. Could it be that only Qian Qian can activate the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet? After all, she's the only bloodline of that middle-aged couple. Just as he was about to investigate again, the restriction he had set up outside the house activated. He immediately put the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet into his storage ring. At the next moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a weak voice. Young master, can I come in?" It was Jiu Er's voice. Yi Chen said, "Come in." As the door to the room was pushed open, Jiu Er, who was wearing a long red dress, walked in. It was a little similar to a wedding dress, but it was tighter than a wedding dress. It made Ai's tender figure look extremely mature. Throughout the entire process, Ju-er had her head lowered. Her hands were tightly gripping the corners of her clothes, and her ears were like ripe grapes. She did not say a word when she came in. Sensing her abnormality, Yi-chin said while smiling, "What's the matter?" Jo-er took a deep breath in and mustered her courage to lift her head to look at Yi-chin. Her curled eyelashes were trembling. Young mistress said that she's not feeling well. She asked, "I'll serve you." She buried her head again after saying that. She seemed to be very upset. "Serve me?" Yi-chen was stunned at first. He looked at her and was subsequently stunned. Mu Kaiwei knew that it was a fake marriage between them, and it was impossible for them to consummate their marriage. However, she also considered his feelings as her husband. Therefore, she used the excuse that she was not feeling well to send Jo-er to be his maid. Was this considered as a form of comfort? Yi-chen did not know whether to laugh or cry after figuring out the reason. At the same time, Jo-er was extremely nervous when she saw that Yi-chen did not react for a long time. At that moment, she felt that the room was a little stuffy. She knew what she was going to experience next. However, she could not help but feel nervous and shy. Jo, you grew up with young mistress, and she treats you like a sister. You'll marry whoever young mistress marries. It's your honor. If young master takes you as his concubine in the future, your status in the King Mu fort will be greatly improved. Besides, didn't you like young master before? Why are you afraid now? She clenched her fists as she thought to this point. She lifted her head to look at Yi-chin again after taking a deep breath in. Her eyes were as gentle as water. "Young master, it's getting late. Let Jo-er undress you." Chapter 754. She mustered her courage and walked toward Yi-chin after saying that. However, Yi-chin said, "Get out." Jo-er was stunned. "Huh?" Then she seemed to think of something and her face paled. Her tears flowed out like a broken necklace. "Son-in-law, did Jo-er make you unhappy?" "I didn't mean it. It seemed that when a rich family got married, there would usually be 1 or 2 maidservants. Neither the man nor the woman would mind such a custom. After all, in a feudal society, it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. It was even a label for men to be dissolute. Instead of letting men visit brothels, it was better to have their own maidservants. However, Yi-chin rejected her. Jo-er subconsciously thought that the young master was angry. "No, what are you thinking?" Yi-chin shook his head and said, "You didn't upset me. I don't need your service." Not to mention that he already had a family, he would not do anything to let Su Yuhan and her daughter down. He was a person who lived in the 21st century and had accepted the concept of monogamy since he was young. How could he get used to the custom of having a maidservant? "Young master, do you think Jo-er is ugly?" Jo-er cried even harder now. Yi-chin had a headache and said immediately, "No, you're not ugly. If you were in our place, you'd at least be a school beauty." In reality, what he said was true. Jo-er was not ugly at all. Instead, she was extremely pure, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in this world. Her facial features were flawless even without makeup. Jo-er wiped her tears, school beauty. She, who had grown up in the ancient desolate realm, had no idea what the school beauty was. However, she could roughly guess that he was praising her. Seeing that she still did not understand, Yi-chin pointed at a chair before him. "Come and sit down. I'll talk to you." Oh, Jo-er sat down obediently and looked at him obediently. Yi-chin said, "Let me put it this way. My hometown is a very open-minded society. There's no polygamy and everyone is equal." Jo-er was shocked after hearing that. "Young master, is your hometown so strange? A man can only marry 1 wife in his lifetime? Some men can't even afford to marry a wife. Is a woman's status that high?" "High, very high." Yi-chin laughed out loud. "In my world, there are 3 types of men: losers, bootlickers, and tall, rich, and handsome men. It's very difficult for losers and bootlickers to get a wife because if they want to get a wife, they'll need a house, a car, money, or you must be super handsome. Coincidentally, losers and bootlickers don't have any of these. After Zhou finally accepted it, she looked at Yi Chen in admiration. Then young master must be tall, rich, and handsome in your hometown. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Back then, when he was courting Su Yuhan, the daughter of a wealthy family, was he not a loser in the eyes of outsiders? He had nothing to do with being tall, rich, and handsome. However, everything changed after Su Tao sank him into the river. Yi Chen said with a smile in the end, "So, Zhou, if you go to my hometown with your qualifications, no matter if it's suitors or bootlickers, they'll line up like a train." No. Zhou shook her head without hesitation and looked at Yi Chen firmly. "I don't want any bootlickers or suitors. I'm yours." Yi Chen was speechless. Forget it, after explaining for a long time. He still could not change this girl's mind. He could only say that the feudal poison in her was too deep. The two of them chatted until late at night. Just as Zhou was about to fall asleep with her hand supporting her chin, an argument came from outside the room. Zhou woke up immediately. After going out for a while, she ran back in a panic. "Oh no, young master, the first elder and the rest are back." Yi Chen was confused. "What does the first elder's return have to do with me?" "Young master, you don't know," Zhou said nervously. "The first elder has always been at odds with the castle master. Most importantly, the first elder's son, young master Mu Xuanjin, has always liked the young mistress. Before you came, all of us thought that the young mistress and young master Xuanjin would be together." Yi Chen came to a realization when he heard that. He said while frowning, "Mu Xuanjin? His surname is also Mu. It's impossible between him and Mu Kaiwei, right?" Zhou immediately explained, "No, the first elder and the castle master aren't of the same bloodline. It's said that they're separated by several generations. Moreover, the first elder changed his surname, so he can't be considered a close relative." At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and reminded, "Young master, no matter what the first elder says about you, you must pretend that you didn't hear him." Yi Chen smiled in an indifferent manner. He did not even care about King Mu, the castle master, so why would he care about a mere first elder? If he did not go overboard, he could still ignore him for Mu Tsaiwei's sake. If he went overboard at this moment, a cold snort sounded from outside. I, Mu Xuanjin, would like to see what kind of existence the castle master values as a son-in-law. Following that, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Bang! The door to the room was immediately kicked open. At the next moment, a handsome young man in white, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, walked over. The young man was only in his 20s, and his brows were filled with coldness. There were many people from the King Mu fort following behind him. Wang Chengliang, who had always disliked Yi Chen, was among them. He stepped forward and pointed at Yi Chen. "Young master Xuanjin, it's this brat." Mu Xuanjin looked at Yi Chen with a sharp gaze. "You're sure, Qian Han?" Zhou expression changed. She stood in front of Yi Chen subconsciously and mustered her courage to say, while trembling, "Young master Xuanjin, what are you doing?" Mu Xuanjin berated, "Zhou, move aside." Zhou bit her lip with a stubborn expression and did not move at all. Mu Xuanjin's expression turned grim. "How dare you? You're just a lowly servant. How dare you block my way?" At the same time, a pressure was emitted from his body. Yi Chen pulled Zhou behind him and looked at him expressionlessly. "So what if it's me?" "Sure, you're being presumptuous." Before Mu Xuanjin could speak, Wang Chengliang immediately jumped out. "Do you know that the person standing before you is the Grand Elder's son, young master Mu Xuanjin?" "You're the presumptuous one." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at him with killing intent. "You're just a servant of the King Mu fort. What right do you have to criticize me, the son-in-law of the King Mu fort?" You, meeting his cold gaze, Wang Chengliang panicked for no reason. He thought to himself, why did this piece of trash suddenly change his temper? He actually dared to yell at me. You lowly thing! Yi Chen took a step out and shouted coldly, this is my wedding room. You brought someone to barge in without permission. You've offended your superior. You deserve to die. Wang Chengliang broke out in cold sweat. Jiu looked at Yi Chen's back with infatuation. Son-in-law is so domineering, so handsome. Chapter 755. In the bridal room of the King Mu Fort. At that moment, Wang Chengliang's face was flushed red as if someone was strangling him. He waited for Yi Chen while panting. You despicable thing! You deserve to die! Yi Chen's sharp words shattered the confidence in his heart. Yi Chen's domineering attitude made him feel guilty. However, he then looked at Yi Chen with resentment. He was the captain of the guards of the King Mu Fort, after all. He was an innate stage master, so when had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, the person who humiliated him was a piece of trash. Wang Chengliang trembled. Why, you piece of trash, Yi Chen said coldly. This person has offended his superior. According to the fort's rules, how should he be punished? Was stunned for a moment before she said subconsciously, our young master, a light punishment would be breaking his legs. A heavy punishment would be crippling his cultivation base and chasing him out of the King Mu Fort. At that moment, her beautiful eyes landed on Yi Chen. His chiseled facial features, coupled with his domineering words from before, had completely captured her heart. Thinking to this point, Er's face flushed red. Young master is so handsome when he's angry. Yi Chen raised his brows and looked at the guards guarding the door immediately. He pointed at Wang Chengliang. Men, break this person's legs. However, the guards at the door looked at him coldly. They did not move at all, and their eyes were filled with mockery. How dare a piece of trash order them around? Ha ha ha! Wang Chengliang immediately laughed out loud and was extremely proud. Trash, aren't you quite capable? Why can't you command my men now? Trash, I'm begging you to break my legs. You're asking for it. Do you really think we treat you as our young master? Yi Chen's eyes focused as he took a step forward. It was this step, however, it made Wang Chengliang feel a pressure that felt like a mountain was descending on him. He subconsciously hid behind Mu Xuanjin. Surnamed Shi, you're really imposing, huh? Mu Xuanjin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly sneered and said, even though you're Kai Wei's husband, you're only my King Mu Fort's son-in-law. In the end, you can't change the fact that you're a piece of trash. Yi Chen chuckled softly and looked into her eyes with a burning gaze. Are you saying that you're going to protect this insubordinate thing? So what if I am? Mu Xuanjin smiled disdainfully and looked at him with disdain. I'm protecting him? What can you do to me? He could not wait to anger Yi Chen. That way, if Yi Chen attacked him out of humiliation, he would have a reason to fight back. By then, he would be able to cripple Yi Chen with a heavy blow. What about me? An extremely cold voice came slowly. Everyone turned around and saw Mu Kaiwei, who was dressed in red, walking over leisurely. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was filled with coldness. Mu Xuanjin's expression changed before he calmed down and said in a gentle voice, Kaiwei, why are you here? Mu Kaiwei said with a straight face, someone brought someone to barge into my husband's room as soon as he returned. How could I not come? After saying that, her cold gaze suddenly turned to Wang Chengliang, who was behind Mu Xuanjin, and she said coldly, did you bring someone to barge into my husband's room? Wang Chengliang's heart sank. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Mu Kaiwei did not say anything and suddenly slapped him. This slap caught him off guard, not to mention that Wang Chengliang was unprepared. Even if he was prepared, he would not be Mu Kaiwei's match. Bang! Wang Chengliang's body was immediately sent flying out of the room like a tattered sack. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. No one expected Mu Kaiwei to suddenly attack. Ah! Wang Chungliang lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Mu Kaiwei in disbelief. Young mistress, you reckless fool. You're just a servant, yet you dare to offend your superior. Looks like I've lacked discipline in the past. Mu Kaiwei said coldly, Men, break this person's legs and throw him out of the King Mu fort. Let him fend for himself. Wang Chungliang's body trembled. He knew that she was completely enraged. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, Young mistress, spare me, spare me. Young master Xuanjin, save me. He did not expect Mu Kaiwei to protect Yi Qin, the trash. One must know that he, Wang Chungliang, had followed the King Mu fort for many years. Even if he did not contribute much, he had worked hard. Let's see who dares. Mu Xuanjin shouted coldly, intimidating the surrounding guards. Then he looked at Mu Kaiwei with a complicated gaze. Kaiwei, are you really going to punish Wang Chungliang for a piece of trash? Wang Chungliang was his man, and he was the one who brought him here to look for trouble with Yi Qin. If he watched Wang Chungliang be punished, where would his prestige be in the future? What are you still standing there for? Seeing that the surrounding guards were motionless, Mu Kaiwei's voice turned colder. Do you guys listen to Mu Xuanjin or me? Whose offerings are you guys taking? Yes. The surrounding guards shuddered and immediately walked towards Wang Chungliang, who was on the ground. They truly realized that the young mistress was serious. Young mistress, and no. Wang Chungliang had been severely injured by Mu Kaiwei's slap earlier. He wanted to resist, but he realized that he could not. He could only beg with all his might. However, Mu Kaiwei acted as if she did not hear him. The guards didn't dare to open their mouths. They forcibly lifted Wang Chungliang up and smashed him with their rods. Ah! Wang Chungliang let out a series of cries like a pig being slaughtered. In the end, he fainted on the spot. His legs below his knees were all broken, and one could even see his bones. A guard stepped forward and said while trembling, Young mistress, he's fainted. Mu Kaiwei said without turning her head, Throw him out. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately carried Wang Chungliang, who was like a dead dog, away, leaving a shocking pool of blood on the ground. This time, no one dared to speak anymore. Mu Xuanjin, who had witnessed everything, had an ugly expression. He clenched his fists tightly and said, Kaiwei, you, Mu Xuanjin. Mu Kaiwei interrupted him and said coldly, I'm already Qianhan's wife. Please pay attention to your address. You can call me Madam Shi or Miss Mu. Good, very good. The veins on Mu Xuanjin's forehead twitched violently. Then he laughed out of extreme anger and left after saying good twice. Mu Kaiwei's cold gaze swept across all the guards. From today onwards, if I find out that any of you speak rudely to the son-in-law or offend your superiors again, you'll end up like Wang Chungliang. All the guards lowered their heads, not daring to object. Chapter 756. After everyone left, Mu Kaiwei finally looked at Yi Qin. Mu Kaiwei finally looked at Yi Qin. There was a hint of warmth in the depths of her cold eyes. Stay in the castle for the next few days. Don't wander around. She turned around and left without giving Yi Qin a chance to reply. Yi Qin smiled as he watched her leave. After spending the past few days together, he had figured out Mu Kaiwei's personality. It was just as Jiao had said, this woman was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even though the marriage between them was fake, she still protected him in front of outsiders and called herself Madam Shi in everything she did. For the sake of him, a piece of trash in the eyes of outsiders, she could order people to break Wang Chungliang's legs on the spot. She could even warn Mu Xuanjin. Yi Qin squinted and said, What a good woman! At the same time, in a mansion in the King Mu fort. At this moment, Mu Xuanjin's face was no longer as handsome as before. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Father, I must kill that piece of trash. Kill him. All these years he had always treated Mu Kaiwei as his exclusive property, and no one in the entire King Mu fort dared to compete with her. However, he had only gone out with his father for a month, and when he returned he realized that the situation had changed drastically. The woman he had taken a fancy to had married a piece of trash. Just a moment ago, this woman had hit his face because of a piece of trash. This caused his killing intent to soar. In front of him was an old man in a black and white robe. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. The fort master and his daughter have become more and more arrogant over the years. Since that's the case, we won't be participating in the martial gathering in 3 days. Mu Kaiwei will be participating alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xuanjin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Mu Xuanjin was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and said with great joy, "Father, you have a good idea. No matter what, Mu Kaiwei alone isn't a match for the other forces. At that time, Father will make an appearance and threaten the patriarch to cripple that kid in King Mu's study." King Mu looked at Mu Kaiwei with a complicated expression. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Kaiwei, you shouldn't have done that." As the fort master of the King Mu fort, nothing in the entire King Mu fort could hide from him. "Father, I don't think I did anything wrong." Mu Kaiwei bit her red lips and said with determination, "Regardless of whether I have feelings for Shi Qianhan or not, ever since I married him, I'm his wife. Since I'm your wife, how can I watch my husband be humiliated? Moreover, you were humiliated by your own people?" King Mu's lips moved slightly, but "I know what you want to say." Mu Kaiwei spoke first. "Father wants to say that Shi Qianhan and I are just pretending to be married, but in the eyes of outsiders it's not the case. If we sit back and watch Shi Qianhan be bullied in the castle, I'm afraid outsiders will guess something when they find out." King Mu sighed softly and said somewhat helplessly, "Then you don't have to disrespect Xianzhen in public." Not giving him face? Mu Tsaiwei's voice was slightly cold. "He knows that Shi Qianhan is my husband, but he still brazenly brought people to provoke me. It's obvious that he doesn't take me seriously. I'm punishing Wang Chunliang to warn him and everyone that no matter what Shi Qianhan does, he's still my husband. No one is allowed to be rude to him." While the father and daughter were talking, there was a knock on the door. A thin old man was standing outside. Mu Kaiwei said, "Uncle Hai, what's the matter?" "Fort master, young mistress." Uncle Hai looked at the father and daughter and said hesitantly, "Just now the Grand Elder ordered someone to bring a message. He said that the father and son are not feeling well, so I'm afraid they won't be able to participate in the martial gathering in 3 days." King Mu's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He snorted coldly and said, "Kaiwei, what you're afraid of really comes true. Mu Sansi is starting to threaten me in disguise." Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face turned pale as well. She took a deep breath in and said, "Father, don't worry. In 3 days, I'll definitely do my best to retrieve the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island for the King Mu Fort." In the next 3 days, apart from going to the library, Yi Qin stayed in his room to study the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet. It could be said that he did not leave the door. King Mu and his daughter were extremely satisfied with that. They were afraid that Yi Chen would be restless. If that was the case, it would cause them a lot of trouble. Of course, this also made the people from the Grand Elders' side secretly unhappy. They had planned to look for trouble with Yi Qin under the Grand Elder's instructions. Never did they expect Yi Qin to not even give them a chance. With Yi Chen's current identity, he could naturally enter the second floor of the King Mu Fort's library to read more books. However, to his disappointment, the library on the second floor of the King Mu Fort was filled with cultivation books. On the other hand, the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet made an unexpected discovery. Every time Yi Qin channeled spiritual energy into the forbidden ancient desolate realm tablet, a series of strange words would appear on the tablet. To be precise, these were not words. They were more like the radicals of words. Yi Qin found the annotations of the ancient, desolate realm tablet in the library. Subsequently, he compared them one by one. In the end, he managed to decipher the words on the stone tablet. It was "Long live the Great Qin Empire." Great Qin. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. This Great Qin shouldn't be the Great Qin on Earth unless Emperor Qin also transmigrated. However, what do these words mean? Also, what's the relationship between Qianqian and the Great Qin Empire? Could she be the little princess of the Great Qin Empire? He kept looking through the information in the King Mu Fort's library. Strangely, there was no record of the Great Qin Empire. Just as he was about to ask Mu Kaiwei for help, she took the initiative to look for him the next night. Tomorrow is the martial gathering that's held once every 3 years in the Tianfeng Sea area. Mu Kaiwei went straight to the point. When the time comes, I'll attend with my father. As for you, stay in the King Mu Fort. It's for your safety. However, don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. What she promised was to get the so-called heavenly origin fruit for Yi Qin and find a way to help him recover his cultivation base. No. However, Yi Qin shook his head and said, I'll go with you guys when the time comes. You guys don't have to worry about my safety. I can protect myself. The earth immortal fruit would ripen tomorrow. At that time, there would definitely be a phenomenon, and it would be inevitable that people would covet it. How could he miss this opportunity? Up to you. Mu Kaiwei frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something, a trace of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face turned extremely pale. Yi Qin frowned and said, Did you cultivate too much? Through his divine consciousness, he could sense that the true energy in her body was very abnormal. It was obvious that she had cultivated too much and was showing signs of going berserk. It's none of your business. Mu Kaiwei wiped away the blood and turned around to leave. The entire process was very straightforward. She did not have any intention of saying another word to Yi Qin. You know you can't do it, but you still do it. How thoughtful. Yi Qin watched her leave. He lifted his head to look at the sky and mumbled, Yuhan, wait for me. I'll be back after I get the earth immortal fruit. Chapter 757. The next morning, in the Tianfeng Sea area, above the endless sea, the river water was boiling. On a dragon boat that could accommodate 50 people, waves were set off from time to time, hitting the hull of the boat heavily. Yi Qin stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. There was no end to the horizon, but he felt inexplicably oppressed. He, Ju-er, and a few guards from the King Mu Fort were the only ones on the deck. As for King Mu and Mu Kaiwei, they had already returned to the cabin. The salty sea breeze blew over from afar, causing Ju-er, who was next to him, to hold onto the boat and vomit. Yi Chen patted her shoulder lightly and secretly channeled some spiritual energy into her. He asked, How do you feel? I feel much better, young master. Jo-er finally felt less uncomfortable, but her face was still pale. Young master, don't you get seasick? It's all right. Yi Chen chuckled softly and asked, How long will it take for us to get there? Soon, about half an hour. Ju-er supported her chin with her hand and said in boredom, Young master, when we reach the Spirit Fog Island, you must stand far away. Otherwise, it'll be bad if you get hurt. Yi Chen was amused by her words. He could not help but say, Stand far away? Is the martial gathering so intense? Of course, Jo-er said like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Young master, you don't know this, but every time the martial gathering is held, the 5 great forces, including our King Mu Fort, will send people. The younger generation of both sides will fight with their true abilities. After all, this concerns the ownership of the Spirit Fog Island, so the battle is very tragic. She seemed to have thought of something, and her face was filled with lingering fear. I saw a guy from the Blood Blade sect kill someone from the Vile Valley with a single slash. And that vile valley, I heard that they like to eat human flesh. Did your young mistress participate in the past? No, young master Mu Xuanjin participated in the past, but for some reason he didn't come today. Yi Qin knew that it was because of what happened earlier that Mu Xuanjin hated him and Mu Kaiwei. But I'm a little worried about the young mistress now. Ju frowned, her petite face scrunching up. In this competition, young Miss has to defeat the Seven Mysteries Mansion, the Bloodsaber Sect, and Evil Men Valley to qualify to challenge the city Lord's residence. Yi Chen was surprised. Why? Because the City Lord's Mansion was the champion of the previous martial gathering. As the champion, they only need to accept the challenges of the other four great powers. Zhou explained patiently. Only one of the four forces, including the King Mu Fort, will win in the end. Then, they'll challenge the city governor's mansion. If they win, they'll obtain the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. Half an hour later, the dragon boat successfully arrived at Spirit Fog Island. As far as the eye could see, there were already many people on the Spirit Fog Island. These people wore all sorts of clothes and did not conceal the fluctuations of cultivation within their bodies. After King Mu walked out of the cabin, he sized up the crowd on the shore and said in a deep voice, "They're all here. Let's go." Mu Tsaiwei's expression was cold as she led everyone onto the Spirit Fog Island. Yi Qin realized that the aura on her body was becoming more and more chaotic. Although she had become stronger, she seemed to be losing control. He could not help but follow her and say, "The situation in your body is a little bad. I suggest you sit down and circulate your energy to regulate your breathing." I said, "It's none of your business." Mu Kaiwei was as cold as before. On the other hand, King Mu glanced at Yi Qin coldly and snorted heavily. He did not give Yi Qin any face at all. If it were not for Yi Qin, why would his daughter have angered Mu Xuanjin earlier? Why would Mu Xuanjin refuse to participate in the martial gathering with the excuse of being injured? Without Mu Xuanjin, it could be said that all the pressure had fallen on his daughter. She had only been cultivating excessively these few days. Yi Qin could only shake his head secretly when he saw that the father and daughter did not appreciate his kindness. With their appearance, the crowd in the distance immediately sized them up one after another. Then, countless discussions broke out. "That's the King Mu Fort. The one walking in front is Ms. Mu, right? She's indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. It's a pity that a piece of trash has taken advantage of her. The brat behind Ms. Mu, I don't even need to think to know that he's that piece of trash. I didn't expect this nonsense to actually come. That's strange. In the previous martial gatherings, the King Mu Fort could be said to have turned out in full force. Why don't I see Grand Elder Wu Sansi today? Does that mean that Mu Kaiwei will be the only one from the King Mu Fort to fight? Doesn't that mean that we have a chance?" Hearing the whispers of these people, King Mu's face turned grim. He did not say anything and led everyone to an extremely spacious, open-air flat ground. As far as the eye could see, there were 3 rings that were 15 meters wide standing on the ground. The one in the middle was more than twice the size of the other 2. A young man slowly stood on it. Although the young man had his eyes closed to rest, the aura he emitted seemed to have frozen the entire world. "It's him." Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes because the young man was the one who attacked him on the day of the wedding. Situ, the son of Tianfeng City's city governor, Situ Yin. Sensing the faint pressure coming from Situ Yu's body, Mu Tsaiwei's expression changed. However, it was soon replaced by determination. At this moment, a hearty laughter came from the side. "Brother Mu, you guys are a little slow." The sect master of the Bloodblade sect, Feng Jingyao, led a few people over slowly. Beside him was Monk Lan from the Vile Valley. Before King Mu could speak, a gloomy young man behind Feng Jingyao looked straight at Yi Qin. "You're sure, Qin Han?" The young man grinned. "You're just like the rumors. You're just a piece of trash. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come and watch the martial gathering." Mu Kaiwei looked at him coldly, Feng Wu, please watch your words. A skinny young man stood out from behind Monk Lawn. Ms. Mu, although Brother Feng's words are a little harsh, he's telling the truth, right? The skinny young man was so skinny that he was like a bag of bones. However, no one present dared to underestimate him. It was because the other party was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Vile Valley, Fan Ho. It was said that he was also a peak innate stage master, and he was known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Not only was this person powerful, but the most terrifying thing was that this person's cultivation method seemed to be related to cannibalism. It was rumored that every time he killed an opponent, he would eat their corpses. Feng Wu chuckled. If Ms. Mu thinks that I'm wrong, you can challenge Brother Shi to a duel. If he wins, I'll apologize to him personally. The older generation witnessed the entire process. However, they realized that Yi Chun had no expression on his face from the beginning to the end. King Mu waved his sleeve and interrupted their conversation. He said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone is here. Let's begin." Chapter 758. Right at this moment, an impatient voice came from the sky. "My 7 Mysteries mansion hasn't even arrived yet. So how can you say that everyone is here?" Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the voice. 100 meters up in the sky, there were several black shadows quickly flying over. These black shadows were actually giant eagles with incomparably large bodies. There were several figures standing on the back of each of the giant eagles. As the giant eagles flapped their wings, they immediately set off an incomparably violent gale. The dissipating gale even caused the surface of the sea 100 meters below to ripple endlessly. It's the people from the 7 Mysteries Mansion. The 7 Mysteries Mansion is indeed worthy of being the overlord of the Tianfeng Sea area. They actually have a rare beast like the vast sea eagle as a means of transportation. The strength of each vast sea eagle is not inferior to a martial Tao master at all. It seems like the 7 Mysteries Mansion is determined to win this martial gathering. Looking at the black shadows that were getting closer and closer in the sky, the expressions of everyone on the ground changed slightly. They could not help but whisper among themselves. Yi Chen, on the other hand, took another look at the eagles. Clearly, the 7 Mysteries Mansion had mastered beast-taming techniques. The Bloodblade sect master, Feng Jingyao, smirked coldly. However, his expression was extremely solemn. The 7 Mysteries Mansion is really generous. Even King Mu, Monk Lawn, and the rest from the Vile Valley narrowed their eyes. It could be said that their biggest competitor was the 7 Mysteries Mansion. The city governor of Tianfeng City, City Yin, walked over from the side. His expression did not change as he said with a smile, "Young Masterly, we've been waiting for a long time." Not long after, the eagles landed on the ground. The young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao, leaped down with a folding fan in his hand. "City Governor Situ, are you in such a hurry to hand over the Spirit Fog Island to the 7 Mysteries Mansion?" When he passed by Yi Chen, he could not help but take another look at him. He seemed to be surprised by Yi Chen's complexion. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Situ Yin snorted coldly as he leaped onto an arena, and his powerful voice rumbled and exploded in the ears of everyone. The martial gathering is held every 3 years. The rules remain the same this time. Each force will send 3 people to fight. The strength of the people fighting must not be higher than the innate stage. The specific order will be decided by drawing lots. The person who advances in the end will be qualified to challenge the city governor's mansion. Boom! As his voice fell, the 3 tall arenas in front of the crowd trembled violently. Immediately after, 6 dazzling rays of light shone out. Each ray of light enveloped each of the arenas, faintly emitting the power of a formation. The drawing of lots begins. With a wave of Situ Yu's sleeve, for spirit lots transformed into streams of light and shot into the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, the 4 spirit lots were exactly the same, without any difference. The next moment, Mu Kaiwei took a step forward and lightly flew into the sky. She grabbed one of the spiritual lots and quietly descended. At the same time, 3 more figures flew into the sky. They were the Blood Blade Gates Feng Wu and the Evil Men Valley's Fan Ho. As for the 7 Mysteries Mansion, it was a young man in luxurious clothes. King Mu leaned forward to take a look. "Who did you draw?" The words Evil Men Valley were written on the spiritual lot. Mu Tsaiwei's heart sank. The last thing she wanted to encounter was the Evil Men Valley. It was because the Evil Men Valley's cultivation method was contrary to the secular world, and their methods were extremely strange. Fan Ho from the Evil Men Valley also looked at Mu Kaiwei at this moment. He licked his lips and said, "Ms. Mu, I have to say that your luck is really bad." King Mu said in a deep voice, "Kaiwei, why don't we give up?" "No." Mu Kaiwei shook her head stubbornly and said, "Even if we don't encounter the Evil Men Valley in the beginning, we won't be able to avoid it in the end unless the Evil Men Valley is eliminated." Situ Yin shouted in a deep voice, "The results are out. The King Mu Fort versus the Evil Men Valley, and the Bloodblade Sect versus the 7 Mysteries Mansion." At the next moment, a young man leaped onto a ring from the 7 Mysteries Mansion's camp. The young man looked down at the people from the Bloodblade Sect from above. 7 Mysteries Mansion, Wuyong, Pekanate Stage. "Who wants to challenge me?" "I'll do it." A figure quickly flew over from behind the Bloodblade Sect's sect master, Feng Jingyao. It was a man in green. Bloodblade Sect, Songmeng, Pekanate Stage. At the same time, a person from the Evil Men Valley's camp also flew onto another ring. It was a burly man with his chest exposed, revealing countless chest hairs. Evil Men Valley, Chiu Li, Pekanate Stage. "Who from the King Mu Fort will come up and die?" Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face turned grim when she heard such arrogant words. She then turned around and said to a young man from the King Mu Fort behind her, "Mu Ning, you go!" The man called Mu Ning was also at Pekanate Stage. After receiving the signal, he leaped up without any hesitation. At this moment, other than Sitiyu, the son of the Tianfeng city governor, who was sitting alone on the high platform, the 4 forces did not send out their strongest person. Instead, they chose to use the remaining 2 candidates. Situ Yun shouted, "Now I announce the start of the martial gathering." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The 4 people on the 2 arenas immediately erupted with all their auras. The terrifying energy violently impacted the formation around the arenas. Fan Ho from the Vile Valley did not care about this at all. Instead, he sized up Mu Kaiwei lecherously. "Ms. Mu, as long as you're willing to be my woman, I can guarantee that I won't hurt you in the battle later." Mu Kaiwei said with a cold expression, "As long as you shut your stinky mouth now, I can consider not killing you later." "Since that's the case, don't blame me." Fan Ho narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He then looked at Chiu Li on the second ring. "Chiu Li, I order you to kill the people from the King Mu Fort within 10 breaths. Mu Tsaiwei's expression changed slightly when she heard that. Shameless. Rumble. In the next moment, a green halo suddenly erupted from Chiu Li's body. The halo was like a swaddle, and one could vaguely see the resentful features of a baby. "It's a corpse voodoo!" King Mu gasped when he saw that. He immediately glared at Monk Lan. "I didn't expect the Vile Valley to be so vicious. You actually refined a corpse voodoo." The expressions of the people from the Bloodblade Sect and the 7 Mysteries Mansion changed as well. Monk Lan's expression remained the same. "Brother Mu, as the saying goes, the winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Don't we care about the outcome? As long as we can achieve the outcome, why should we care about the methods?" King Mu flew into a rage. "Ah!" An incomparably shrill scream rang out. The corpse voodoo strangely approached Mu Ning, and then it bared its teeth and bit his neck. Mu Ning let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His body turned into a pool of thick blood, and it was a ghastly sight. Mu Kaiwei and her daughter were in pain. Mu Ning. Mu Ning was a young elite that the King Mu fort had painstakingly nurtured. However, he was killed as soon as he entered the ring, and he died so miserably. Situ Yin, who was at the side, was naturally happy to see this scene. He immediately said with a spurious smile, "The Vile Valley wins this battle." The outcome of the first ring had also been decided. It was the young man called Wu Yang from the Seven Mysteries Mansion who had won. King Mu's face was ashen. He turned to look at a pale-faced young man beside him and said, "Mu Yi, you go up." Before the other party could speak, Mu Kaiwei suddenly said, "Father, I'll go up." Chapter 759. King Mu's expression changed. "You're going?" The reason why the strongest among the younger generation of the four great forces did not make a move was because they were worried that their forces would be exhausted in advance. Now that Mu Kaiwei was going to be the second to go, she would definitely be exhausted by Chioli from the Vile Valley. Mu Yi is no match for him. Mu Kaiwei shook her head and said, "Let me go. I'll keep more talents for the King Mu fort. Moreover, this person is no match for me." With that, she took a step forward and leaped onto the second ring. The surrounding onlookers were also shocked. "Ms. Mu, you can't hold it in so soon? You must know that the Vile Valley still has 3 chances. If Ms. Mu wants to fight Fan Ho, she'll have to defeat at least 2 people in a row." On the other hand, the people from the Bloodblade sect and the Seven Mysteries Mansion were overjoyed. Once Mu Kaiwei was exhausted, she would definitely not be a match for the Vile Valley's Fan Ho. Once she was eliminated, they would have one less competitor. "Ms. Mu, is there no one else in the King Mu fort? They actually sent you out so quickly?" Chioli from the Vile Valley sized up Mu Tsaiwei's figure greedily and said with a sneer, "I heard that you recently married a genius with the surname Shi. Why don't you let him fight for you?" He emphasized the word genius. Everyone looked at Yi Qin, who was in the crowd, when they heard that. They laughed out loud one after another, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. As expected of a piece of trash, as the son-in-law of the King Mu fort, he can only watch as his woman goes up the stage. If it were me, I would have killed myself with a piece of tofu. Stop talking. Look, Fort Master Mu's face has turned green. King Mu's face twitched when he heard the filthy words around him. Subsequently, he glanced at Yi Qin secretly. However, he saw Yi Chen's calm expression. A hint of anger rose in his heart. To think that Kaiwei shielded you from the wind and rain in the fort. In the end, you don't even seem to care when the time comes. Mu Kaiwei snorted coldly in the face of Chiao Li's mockery. "Why do I need my husband to deal with you? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chiao Li's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure suddenly flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Mu Kaiwei. The 5 fingers on his left hand opened slightly and grabbed towards Mu Tsaiwei's face like a sharp bone claw. Mu Kaiwei raised her brows slightly. She was not flustered at all as a cold aura erupted from her palm, turning into a white waterfall. The white waterfall transformed into a dazzling arc of light and directly met Chiao Li's sharp claws, easily wrapping around them. Not good. Chiao Li's expression finally changed. Before he could react, he saw an incomparably terrifying force coming from the white silk. Bang! The next moment, his entire body was tightly constricted by the white ribbon, like a huge dumpling. The white ribbon contracted violently, becoming tighter and tighter. The force was enough to completely crush a large tree. Go! At this critical moment, Chiao Li's body once again shot out a green light. It was the corpse descendant he had used earlier. The corpse descendant attacked Mu Kaiwei at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. However, at this moment, a dense wave of qi and blood energy suddenly erupted from Mu Tsaiwei's body. Following the appearance of the qi and blood energy, many of the onlookers felt the blood in their bodies freeze. Bang! The corpse descendant let out a blood-curdling scream and was completely killed by the chi and blood energy that erupted from Mu Kaiwei. Mu Kaiwei said coldly, "I knew you would use this move, but it's a pity that it's useless against me. Now, it's time for you to pay for Mu Ning's death." Chiu Li immediately roared, "No!" Boom! With a loud bang, his body was immediately squeezed and exploded by the white silk around him. Lines of blood shot out in all directions. The scene was dead silent. No one expected Mu Kaiwei, who is known as the #1 beauty in the Tianfengxi area, to have such a domineering and straightforward side. That was a peak innate stage martial artist. Even though they were at the same level, he was still killed by Mu Kaiwei on the spot. "Great, young mistress is amazing." A series of cheers immediately rang out from the King Mu Fort's camp. When everyone in the Vile Valley's camp looked at each other, a cold gleam flashed across Fan Ho's eyes, and he said coldly, "Mu Kaiwei, since that's the case, let me play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately landed on the arena. "You're no match for me. Let's end this." A cold smile appeared in Fan Ho's eyes. In the next moment, a cyclone condensed in his hand, and a terrifying aura erupted from the cyclone. That aura caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Even King Mu was no exception. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Is this the aura of a half-step venerable?" Whoosh! At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Fan Ho on the arena. No one had expected him to reach the half-step venerable stage. One had to know that although a half-step venerable was not a venerable and was only half a step, and strictly speaking it was still the innate stage, it was still not something an innate stage master could contend against. Even Situ Yin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, could not help but suddenly open his eyes and take a deep look at Fan Ho. "Half-step venerable? You're qualified to be my opponent." Sensing the pressure from Fan Ho, Mu Kaiwei frowned. However, she still bit her lip and said stubbornly, "We'll only know if I'm your match after we fight." King Mu shouted, "Kaiwei, come back!" However, Mu Kaiwei acted as if she did not hear him. Her jade-like feet tapped the air lightly, and her figure flashed towards Fan Ho like a swallow. "You overestimate yourself." Fan Ho smirked in disdain. A palm print quickly condensed, and then it slapped towards Mu Tsaiwei's head in an extremely barbaric and controlled manner. Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly dodged. However, the huge palm print still landed on her shoulder. Bleck! A dark red plum blossom appeared in the air. At the next moment, Mu Kaiwei was like a kite in a storm, flying towards the ground in a straight line. King Mu was about to rush over when he realized that a figure had suddenly appeared beside him. The person was even faster than him. When he saw the person's face clearly, his eyelids twitched, and a storm surged in his heart. This brat. In the air, Mu Tsaiwei's face was extremely pale. She allowed her body to smash towards the ground, as if she had forgotten about life and death. A stream of tears slowly fell from the corner of her eyes. "I'm useless. I can't take back the Spirit Fog Island for the King Mu Fort. I can't get the Heavenly Origin Fruit for young Master Sure." However, in the next moment, she felt a pair of strong hands wrap around her waist from behind. Subsequently, she was pulled into a wide embrace. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but her body instantly froze. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she looked at the person who had caught her. She could feel that her body was still falling with the person who was hugging her. However, it was extremely stable. "Why you?" At that moment, her mind went blank. Yi Qin put her down softly after landing on the ground. He placed his palm on her shoulder and channeled some spiritual energy into her. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Qin smiled lightly. "That piece of trash above is right. Since I'm your husband in name, I naturally have the obligation to stand up for you. You've protected me many times before. Today, I'll help you and kill all the disobedient dogs in this area. Chapter 760. Ever since Yi Chen came to the ancient desolate realm, Yi Chen's heart had been racing. Only Jiao, and Mu Kaiwei treated him well. Putting aside Jiao, although Mu Kaiwei did not like him, she always protected him. In order to help her obtain the so-called heaven origin fruit, she had been cultivating crazily for the past few days, causing her to overdo it. She wanted to get first place in the martial gathering and then obtain the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. Everything was seen by him. Regardless of whether it was in front of others or behind his back, this woman had given him enough face and fulfilled the responsibilities of a wife, even if it was only in name. He didn't want to reveal his strength, but now he couldn't. You've protected me many times before. Today, your husband will help you once. I'll kill all the disobedient dogs in this area. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He stared straight at Fan Ho of the Vile Valley in the Ring. A chill flashed across the depths of his indifferent eyes. As his voice fell, everyone at the Spirit Fog Island martial meet was stunned. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the terrifying aura coming from Yi Chen's body. It was this aura that seemed to have caused the air around them to drop by dozens of degrees. Rumor has it that this kid is trash. Where did this killing intent come from? It's as if he's possessed by a fiend. At that moment, the leaders of the Blood Blade sect, the Seven Mysteries sect, Heavenly Wind City, and Vile Valley exchanged glances, revealing expressions of shock. This was because they still could not see through Yi Chen. The people who were the most shocked were none other than everyone in the King Mu Fort's camp. Ju Er's face was blank. Son-in-law has become handsome again. Mu Kaiwei stared blankly at the person beside her. Her mind was still blank. The current Yi Chen was completely different from before. For some reason, she felt a sense of security when she sensed Yi Chen's aura at that moment. At the same time, there was a hint of unfamiliarity. King Mu looked at Yi Chen in the distance, in shock. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. His lips moved slightly. Chen Hanu. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Father-in-law, I wonder if I can represent the King Mu Fort in this martial gathering. Even though he did not know what was going on with Yi Chen, King Mu nodded unexpectedly when he met Yi Chen's confident gaze. Yi Chen glanced at everyone and eventually landed his gaze on Mu Kaiwei. He said softly, "Stand aside. You have me today." After saying that, Yi Chen took a step forward and slowly walked toward Fan Ho, who was in the ring. His gaze landed on Fan Ho. "You have me today." The extremely short 4 words caused Mu Kaiwei's heart to be in a mess. At that moment, she could not help but be stunned as she looked at Yi Chen's back, because no man had ever said such words to her before. Meanwhile, Fan Ho could not help but shudder when he met Yi Chen's gaze. He felt like he had been seen through. He only felt this way when he was facing Vile Valley's Monk Lawn and the other elders. In fact, he felt even more than that. How was this possible? Wasn't this kid a good-for-nothing? Where did this aura come from? He unconsciously took a step back and then said angrily, "You're just bluffing trash. Do you think you can save the situation like this? Die brat." A ferocious expression flashed across Fan Ho's face as he shouted softly. In the end, his body seemed to have pierced through space and appeared before Yi Chen instantly. Boom! As his figure appeared, space almost froze, and a violent pressure suddenly erupted from his body. Under this pressure, the expressions of many people below the ring changed drastically. They were shocked that Fan Ho was indeed a half-step venerable. Just this pressure alone was enough to suppress any innate powerhouse. Fan Ho has the potential to become a venerable. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At that moment, the leaders of the major forces sighed. Someone exclaimed, "Look, the one with the surname sure can't even move under Fan Ho's pressure." Everyone looked over immediately and realized that Fan was less than a step away from Yi Chen. He did not move at all, as if he was scared silly. I thought that Brat had something to rely on, but it turns out that he was just putting on an act. What an idiot. He stood up for a woman. He's finished now. Everyone was in an uproar and some even laughed out loud. Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face changed. She hurriedly looked at King Mu as if she was asking for help. Father! King Mu's expression was terrifyingly grim. He glared at Yi Chen. Let's wait and see. Until now, he still could not see through Yi Chen because there was no true energy fluctuation on Yi Chen's body. He looked like an ordinary person. Could this brat really be putting on an act? King Mu could not help but frown when he thought to this point. Brat, don't worry and go. After you die, Mu Kaiwei will be mine. I'll take good care of her for you. Ha ha ha! Fan Ho curled his fingers slightly and swung a sharp claw at Yi Chen, who was motionless. His face was filled with ferocity. Whoosh! However, just when his sharp claws were about to touch Yi Chen, he saw Yi Chen suddenly perform a seal with both hands. Invisible power boiled on his fingertips. At the next moment, a terrifying, faint, golden energy wave condensed at the tip of his finger. It expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a huge net. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped Fan Ho. The moment the large net appeared, the expressions of the city lord of Tianfeng City, Sita Yin, the sect master of the Bloodblade sect, Feng Jingyao, the valley master of the Vile Valley, Monk Lawn, the young master of the Seven Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao and the others changed. Situ Yin seemed to have thought of something, and a look of shock appeared on his face. This is a formation. The rest's minds buzzed. Formation. It was a technique that only a mystic master could use. The Seven Mysteries Mansion's young master, Li Hao, stared at the net that trapped Fan Ho and cried out involuntarily. That brat is a mystic master, and he's a grade 2 mystic master. As soon as he said that, everyone at the scene reacted immediately. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Yi Chen again. Mystic master. Moreover, he was a grade 2 mystic master. Although a grade 2 mystic master strength was comparable to an innate stage martial artist, compared to a martial artist, a mystic master was even more unfathomable, and their techniques were even more superb. Most importantly, not even 1 in 100 martial artists could become a mystic master. This showed how rare a mystic master was. Therefore, a mystic master status in the ancient desolate realm was much higher than a martial artist's. Whenever a mystic master appeared, the various forces would try their best to win them over. However, the useless son-in-law of the King Mu Fort was actually a grade 2 mystic master. A grade 2 mystic master. King Mu was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. This brat is a grade 2 mystic master? Chapter 761. Before this, King Mu thought that Yi Chen was a piece of trash whose martial vein was damaged and his cultivation base was crippled because he was hunted down by his enemies. Because of that, after his daughter married him, he disliked Yi Chen. He felt that his daughter's happiness was ruined by Yi Chen, this piece of trash. Never did he expect this useless son-in-law to become a grade 2 mystic master. He's a grade 2 mystic master? Mu Kaiwei stared blankly at the thin figure in the ring. She could not shake off the shock in her heart. The most shocked person was none other than Fan Ho, who was in the ring. The reason being that he was locked tightly by Yi Chen's formation at that moment. He could not unleash the half-step venerable that he was so proud of. Why you? He looked at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief and deep fear. He was filled with regret. If he had known that Yi Chen was a mystic master, he would have mocked Yi Chen when he saw him. Why would he mock Yi Chen as soon as he saw him? He even ordered people to target the King Mu Fort and speak rudely to Mu Kaiwei. Yi Chen's expression was cold. His gaze landed on Fan Ho's right arm as he said, extremely calmly, "Your arm injured my woman earlier. It should be crippled." Fan Ho's expression changed when he heard that, and he subconsciously wanted to shout. However, before he could shout, he immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right arm. He screamed and lowered his head to look. He realized that his right arm had been torn off by Yi Chen. Blood flowed like a fountain, and his bones could be seen. Yi Chen's face was filled with ruthlessness. He lifted his hand and waved. The severed arm landed before Mu Kaiwei. He said calmly, "This is the first explanation I'll give you." Mu Kaiwei turned a blind eye to the bloody arm on the ground. Her mind was rumbling like a bolt from the blue. She could not stop repeating what Yi Chen said earlier. "This arm of yours injured my woman. It should be crippled. This is the first explanation I'll give you." Such simple and bloody words were something that she had never experienced in the past 20 years. It was the first time she realized that Yi Chen was so unfamiliar to her. Apart from being unfamiliar, it made her subconsciously rely on him. The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone stared at Fan Ho's scream, silently. Clearly, they were shocked by Yi Chen's methods. What a vicious little bastard. He looked at Yi Chen with killing intent on his face. "Junior, since Fan Ho isn't your match, why did you cripple one of his hands?" Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. "Are you deaf?" Monk Lan's face darkened. "What did you say?" Yi Chen looked straight at Monk Lan and said mercilessly, "This person touched my woman. I don't like it, so he has to die." His gaze was sharp and domineering. Even Tuchuo Lan, who thought that he had experienced great storms and viewed human lives as worthless, could not help but tremble in his heart. What a vicious aura! In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen extended his hand and landed on Fan Ho's neck accurately. He exerted a little force. Kacha! It was the sound of bones breaking. The next moment, a limp corpse fell onto the stage. Countless people were dumbfounded. Dead. The young master of Vile Valley, the #1 person of the younger generation, Fan Ho, had died just like that. Moreover, he had died at the hands of someone he regarded as trash. "Brat, you're courting death." Monk Lan's furious voice sounded, and he was on the verge of madness. Not only was Fan Ho the #1 person of the younger generation of Vile Valley, but he was also his only son. Now he had been killed in front of him. "If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human." His eyes were filled with resentment. He leaped and grabbed at Yi Chen with his palm. Dense killing intent locked onto Yi Chen as the strength of a venerable stage completely erupted. "Monk Lan, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" At that moment, a stern shout exploded in everyone's ears. King Mu attacked. Almost as soon as Monk Lan charged at Yi Chen, he took a step forward and slapped Monk Lan's back. He did not hide his cultivation base at all. Was the 5 great forces going to war? Countless people felt their scalps go numb. Be *starred. Sensing the killing intent coming from behind him, Monk Lan threw a punch back. Their attacks suddenly collided, causing the space to tremble. At the next moment, Tuchuo Lan could not help but take dozens of steps back. However, a trace of shock appeared on his face. Fake emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The expressions of the few people, including Tianfeng City's city governor Siti Yin, suddenly changed. The Bloodblade sect master, Feng Jingyao, gulped and muttered, "Brother Mu, why you've broken through?" Facing everyone's gazes, King Mu stood with his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, "I've gained something from my recent cultivation and was lucky enough to step into the pseudo-emperor stage." Buzz. Everyone's scalps exploded. Pseudo-emperor. He was infinitely close to the emperor stage. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person in the venerable stage. While Situ Yin and the rest had ugly expressions, the strength of the 4 leaders was about the same, so they had maintained a balance for so many years. Who would have thought that King Mu would actually step into the pseudo-emperor stage? This meant that the balance had been broken. Even Mu Kaiwei could not help but look at King Mu in excitement. Clearly, Even she did not know that her father had stepped into the pseudo-emperor stage. Yi Qin and the Seven Mysteries Mansion's young master, Li Hao, were the only ones who remained rational. Li Hao looked at King Mu quietly. His eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Qin took a deep look at King Mu and shook his head calmly. "You're playing with fire!" Ha ha ha. The strange atmosphere lasted for a few seconds before it was suddenly broken by laughter. The Seven Mysteries Mansion's young master, Li Hao, laughed out loud and said, "Congratulations, Fort Master Mu, for stepping into the pseudo-emperor stage. This is both the King Mu Fort's fortune and the Tianfeng Sea Area's fortune." King Mu said indifferently, "It's just luck." Situ Yin narrowed his eyes and chuckled. The King Mu Fort has won this round. Vile Valley has another chance to challenge the King Mu Fort. May I ask if you want to continue? As soon as he said that, everyone could not help but look at Monklan. Monklan's face could not stop twitching. He looked at Yi Chen with resentment. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Chen into pieces. However, after finding out that King Mu had stepped into the pseudo-emperor stage, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yi Chen on the spot to avenge his son. Thinking to this point, he could only take a deep breath in and suppress the killing intent in his heart. Vile Valley admits defeat in this battle. After all, even Fan Ho, the #1 person among the younger generation of Vile Valley, had died at Yi Chen's hands. The rest were no match for him. The outcome of the first ring was also decided. The Seven Mysteries Mansion had defeated the Bloodblade sect, and the Bloodblade sect had also given up the chance to continue challenging. Chapter 762. At the same time in the King Mu Fort, Great Elder Mu Sansi and his son sat opposite each other. Mu Sansi held a brush in his hand and waved it quickly at the drawing paper on the table. He seemed to be drawing bamboo, leisurely. Compared to his calmness, Mu Xuanjin, who was beside him, seemed a little anxious. "Father, the fort master, and the others have already gone to the Spirit Fog Island to participate in the martial gathering for 2 hours. Are we still not going over? How can you be so impatient?" First Elder Mu Sansi did not even raise his head. He said lightly, "Life is like painting. Since you have a well-thought-out plan, you should not be arrogant or rash. Only then can you achieve great things." Mu Xuanjin said anxiously, "Father, I'm worried that old geezer King Mu has wasted all 3 chances. By then, it'll be too late even if we go over." Right at this moment, a guard walked in quickly and said respectfully, "Grand Elder, our King Mu Fort faced the Vile Valley in the first round. Mu Ning died, and the eldest young mistress lost to Fan Ho of the Vile Valley." The person added, "Fan Ho has already advanced to a half-step venerable. The King Mu Fort still has 1 more chance to challenge him." I immediately rushed back to report. The room fell silent for a few seconds before Mu Xuanjin's extremely proud laughter rang out. "Father, that be *th Mu Kaiwei actually lost. King Mu wasted 2 chances. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really on my side. A half-step martial supremacy?" Mu Sansi then raised his head and sneered. "If that's the case, it's not surprising that Kaiwei lost to him. Xianzhen, this is our chance. Show us your strength as a half-martial highness. I believe the fort master will be shocked." "Father is right." Mu Xuanjin stood up as well and laughed out loud. "I want to make that old thing, King Mu, regret it. I want him to know that only I, Mu Xuanjin, am the only hope of the King Mu Fort. At that time, I'll threaten King Mu to abolish Shi Qianhan status as a son-in-law. I believe that old thing King Mu will have no choice but to agree. When that time comes, that bitch Mu Kaiwei will be mine. As for that trash, he will definitely die. Hee, a piece of trash dares to snatch my woman. Spirit Fog Island, martial gathering venue. After the 7 Mysteries Mansions Wuyang won, it meant that the Bloodblade sect and the Vile Valley were eliminated. Only the King Mu Fort advanced. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, many people believed that Fan Ho, a half-step martial saint, was qualified to challenge the city lord's residence. Who would have thought that the King Mu fort would produce a grade 2 mystic master? Furthermore, this grade 2 mystic master was the useless son-in-law in their eyes. At that moment, countless eyes were focused on Yi Qin. Situ Yin looked around, and his gaze stopped on Yi Qin for a few seconds. He said, "The next battle will be between the King Mu fort and the Seven Mysteries Mansion. The winner will have the right to challenge my city governor's mansion and obtain the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island." Before he could finish speaking, the Seven Mysteries Mansion's young mansion master, Li Hao, suddenly smiled and said, "My Seven Mysteries Mansion gives up." Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. Among the 5 major forces, the Seven Mysteries Mansion was the only 9th grade sect in the entire Heaven Wind Sea region. It had a terrifying foundation, and in their opinion, the Seven Mysteries Mansion was the biggest competitor of the city lord's mansion. Even if the King Mu fort produced Yi Qin, a grade 2 mystic master would not do. No one expected the Seven Mysteries Mansion to give up. This was equivalent to giving up on the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island. Situ Yin could not help but be overjoyed. Then he said with uncertainty, "Are you sure you want to give up on challenging the King Mu fort, young Master Li?" "Of course." Li Hao's eyes flickered. He took a good look at Yi Qin and said, "Brother Shi has become a grade 2 mystic master at such a young age. I'd like to witness his abilities." Outsiders thought that he, Li Hao, had come to participate in the martial gathering because he valued the Spirit Fog Island. Who knew that a mere Spirit Fog Island was nothing to him? What he valued was the beauty Mu Kai Wei. Therefore, he could not wait to push Yi Qin to fight to the death with the city governor's mansion. By then, the Seven Mysteries Mansion would be the biggest winner. All right, since that's the case, the King Mu fort has the right to challenge my city governor's mansion. Once they win, they will have the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. A spurious smile appeared at the corner of Situ Yun's lips. In the end, his gaze landed on Yi Qin. "I wonder if the King Mu fort wants to challenge my city governor's mansion?" Yi Qin did not say anything. Instead, he slowly stepped onto the championship ring that belonged to the city governor's mansion under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Mu Kai Wei could not help but say, "Be careful. Situ isn't as simple as you think. If you can't do it, just forget it." After saying that, she suddenly noticed that King Mu was looking at her with a strange gaze, and her pretty face flushed for no reason. "I don't like this guy. Why do you care so much about his life?" When Yi Qin stepped onto the championship ring that belonged to the city governor's mansion, the voice that had been standing there for a long time slowly opened its eyes. It was Situ Yun's son, Situ Yu, the champion of the previous martial gathering. The man squinted as he sized up Yi Qin and enunciated word by word. "The trash in everyone's eyes is actually a grade 2 mystic master. I have to say that you've hidden yourself very well. Even I underestimated you before." A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "If I met you normally, I might have to admit that I'm inferior. Unfortunately, I have a profound weapon with me now." As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a green armor. The clothes on his body exploded, revealing a green armor. The armor was surging with sharp qi, like a dazzling divine light. "It's a profound weapon. Situ Yu actually has a profound weapon. How is this possible?" Obviously, Situ Yun found a way to get it for him. "It looks like it's a grade 2 profound weapon. The King Mu fort is going to meet its doom this time." As the green armor on Situ Yu's body was exposed to the air, the crowd around the ring went into an uproar. The so-called profound weapon was a magic weapon refined by a mystic master. It was usually extremely precious, and even the King Mu fort did not have any profound weapons. This was because a profound weapon could resist the suppression of a mystic master's power. When Wu Yong wore a profound weapon, a mystic master's spell could not harm him at all. When a mystic master's spell failed, he was no different from an ordinary person. On the other hand, Situ Yu could activate his true energy with all his might to launch a crazy attack on Yi Qin. Even King Mu's expression could not help but change. He subconsciously looked at Situ Yin in the distance and sneered, "Brother Situ, you're really generous. You even have a grade 2 profound weapon." Situ Yin said with a smile, "It's purely luck." Feng Jingyao and Li Hao looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Monk Lan's face was filled with a cold smile. "Ho-er, walk slowly down there. The person who killed you is about to come down to accompany you." Mu Kaiwei frowned. "Father, what do we do now?" "We can only take it one step at a time." King Mu sighed softly. His gaze landed on Yi Qin in the ring. "I'll try my best to save him." Chapter 763. On the championship arena, Situ Yu, who was wearing a grade 2 mysterious artifact battle armor, had a smile on his face. "Sure, how is it? Are you surprised? Do you think you can laugh until the end just because you're a grade 2 mystic master? You shouldn't have snatched my woman." "Don't worry, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy like a dead dog in front of that asterisk. Mu Kaiwei." He slowly opened his palm, and a faint, heart-palpitating energy wave spread out from his fingertips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You talk too much nonsense." Yi Qin scoffed coldly and said softly, "You're like an ant. I'll kill you within 3 moves." Following his words, the crowd around the arena was stunned. Everyone around the arena was dumbfounded, and even the leaders of the 5 great powers were no exception. They had extremely strange expressions on their faces because they thought they'd misheard. Yi Chen's words were too arrogant. At the next moment, countless people looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Situ Yu was already a half-step martial venerable. Everyone knew that. Moreover, he had suppressed all the heroes in the previous martial gathering and advanced to the champion. With such talent and battle prowess, not to mention in Tianfeng City, even in the entire Tianfeng Sea area, he would be one of the best. However, Yi Chen actually said that he could kill him in 3 moves. To them, Yi Chen could not be described as arrogant. He was ignorant and overestimating himself. While everyone was sneering, Mu Kaiwei, who was below, frowned slightly. How can this guy be so arrogant? She knew Situ Yu's strength very well. Young people these days really don't know their place. Situ Yin, who was in the crowd, had an extremely indifferent expression. After a sneer, he said to Situ Yu, since he's so confident, then you don't have to hold back. Otherwise, it will seem like the city governor's mansion is disrespectful." Although his words were incomparably calm, everyone could still feel the thick, murderous intent in them. It was obvious that the city governor of Tianfeng City was furious. "I really hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth." Situ Yu chuckled, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. His eyes were cold and covered by endless killing intent. Boom! In the next moment, on the stage, with Situ Yu as the center, in a short moment, there was an endless amount of true energy surging out. Endless, genuine qi, like a flood breaking through a dam, crazily attacked the array around the arena. In the end, it actually formed a terrifying storm. And in the center of that huge storm, at this moment, Situ Yu's entire body was suffused with a purple radiance. A chilling aura surged, and a terrifying pressure that could make people's souls tremble. Situ Yu is worthy of being the champion of the last martial meet. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid he can break through to the venerable realm at any time. He's the #1 expert beneath the Exalt realm. Situ Yu has a Xian artifact to protect his body. This time, Shi Qianhan is really going to suffer. Once his spell fails, he will definitely be killed by a single palm strike. Around the ring, countless people revealed solemn and even shocked expressions. Even King Mu and the other senior figures secretly shook their heads. Surnamed Shi, It's your misfortune to have met me." When the last word was spoken, Situ Yu's body charged out like a ferocious tiger that had just left its cage. It was as if he had torn through space. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he appeared before Yi Qin within a breath's time. He struck out with his palm. At that moment, Situ Yu's aura rose to its peak. A heart-palpitating, ice-cold killing intent swept through the sky, causing the formation around the arena to show signs of collapsing. Someone shouted coldly. Even an ordinary venerable stage powerhouse wouldn't dare to take Situ Yu's palm head-on. "Sure, we'll definitely die." Mu Kaiwei cried out subconsciously, "Watch out!" Boom! Yi Qin took a step forward and smiled in disdain. Subsequently, he stretched out his fist and held the air lightly. His aura changed abruptly. Divine fist created in 33 days. 6-style sky-shaking hammer. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a golden gleam bloomed on Yi Chen's fist. It was like a hammer that wanted to shake the world. Situ Yin was smirking when his expression suddenly changed. He glared at Yi Qin. This is... Boom! The giant hammer appeared, shaking heaven and earth. Under countless gazes, it ruthlessly smashed towards Situ Yu, who was charging at him. The heart-palpitating energy wave formed a storm that swept towards the surroundings of the arena at an incomparably terrifying speed. Boom! The formation around the arena was destroyed with a bang. The energy that dissipated caused many onlookers to be thrown off their feet. Yi Chen's voice was cold, "Die." When the giant hammer landed on Situ Yu's body, the grade 2 mysterious artifact armor on his body shattered on the spot. Not waiting for him to recover from his shock, the frightening power disappeared. Under Situ Yu's frightened gaze, it fiercely spread into his body. In the end, under everyone's shocked gaze, Situ Yu completely exploded at that moment, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have frozen, falling into an incomparably strange silence. Situ Yu, the previous martial gathering champion who was a half-step martial venerable and had a grade 2 mysterious artifact to protect himself, died just like that? Shock, absolute shock. Initially, they thought that Yi Chun was the one who died. Never did they expect such a reversal to happen, and Situ Yu was the one who died instead. Situ Yin seemed to have been petrified and did not move at all. King Mu revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Mu Kaiwei covered her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A moment later, everyone's throats trembled as they gulped down mouthfuls of saliva. Gasps rose and fell as they resounded in the surroundings. When Situ Yin snapped back to his senses, he looked at Yi Chun with bloodshot eyes. "Shiqian Hanwu," Yi Chun said extremely calmly when he met Situ Yin's gaze. "I'm sorry. We agreed to kill him within 3 moves. I didn't expect your son to be so weak. He only used 1 move to kill him." The world returned to dead silence once again. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Not only did he kill the other party's son, he even openly said that the other party's son was weak and killed him with a single move. At this moment, an extremely confident voice came from afar. "Fort Master, I heard that our King Mu Fort has lost 2 rounds in a row." Everyone turned their heads to look in a daze. On the boiling surface of the sea, an old man in a gray robe led a young man in white over. It was the Grand Elder, Mu Sansi and Mu Xuanjin. In the span of a few breaths, the 2 of them had already crossed over 30 meters and landed on the ground. Mu Xuanjin saw King Mu and Mu Kaiwei from afar. As he walked, he said, "Fort Master, it's not that I want to say this, but in the entire King Mu Fort, only I, Mu Xuanjin, can defeat Fan Ho from the Vile Valley. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that he won't be my match after 300 rounds. The corner of King Mu's lips twitched, and he said nothing. It was only then that Mu Xuanjin noticed Yi Qin in the ring. He said, while grinning coldly, "Sure, why are you standing in the ring? And it's the champion ring? Get down here now. You're just a piece of trash." Apart from embarrassing our King Mu fort, what else can you do? As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. Everyone was looking at him as if he was an idiot. Chapter 764. The entire Spirit Fog Island martial gathering venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Mu Xuanjin as if they were looking at an idiot. He still thought Yi Chen was a piece of trash? It was this piece of trash who revealed his strength as a grade 2 Mystic Master and killed the Vile Valley's young master, Fan Ho. It was this piece of trash who killed Sitayu, the previous martial gathering champion, with a single punch. One had to know that Sitayu had a grade 2 Mystic Master protecting him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him without saying a word, he felt a chill run down his spine. Mu Xuanjin's originally incomparably confident expression trembled a little. Why are you looking at me? Mu Xuanjin's originally confident expression trembled slightly. Why are you guys looking at me? King Mu's face twitched slightly. The Grand Elder, Mu Sansi's heart sank and he felt uneasy. He immediately looked around and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly looked at the Vile Valley's Monk Lon beside him and said in a deep voice, Monk Lon, where's your Vile Valley's young master, Fan Ho? When Monk Lon heard that, he immediately looked at him viciously. Mu Sansi, are you trying to stab me in the back? The Vile Valley and your King Mu fort are irreconcilable. Mu Sansi's expression changed. He did not know why Monk Lon was looking at him like that. It was as if he was looking at an enemy. A few seconds later, a weak voice sounded from the side. Grand Elder, Fan Ho has been de-killed by young master. The person who spoke was Jiu. Mu Xuanjin and Mu Sansi were stunned. What? Especially Mu Xuanjin. Before he came, he had heard that Fan Ho was a half-step venerable. Even Mu Kaiwei was not his match. However, Fan Ho had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by the trash in his eyes. One had to know that even he did not have the ability to kill Fan Ho. Impossible. Mu Xuanjin shook his head in disbelief. That's absolutely impossible. How could this trash kill Fan Ho? You must be lying to me, right? He did not notice that Monk Lan's expression was turning uglier. Mu Xuanjin, you keep calling me trash. In the end, my son died in the hands of trash. Just as Mu Xuanjin was in disbelief, Jiu bit her lips and said hesitantly, and young Master Situ was also de-killed by young Master. Boom! Mu Xuanjin was completely dumbfounded. Mu Sansi's face was aghast. Jiu-er's words were like a bolt from the blue, catching them off guard. Mu Sansi's face twitched a few times. He turned his head with great difficulty to look at Situ Yin. City Lord Situ is this true? Situ Yin shouted, Get lost! Without waiting for the two of them to calm down, Jiu-er giggled and threw out another heavy bomb. Son-in-law is also a second-grade Mystic Master and obtained the championship of this year's martial meet. Enough, don't say any more. Mu Sansi's face was burning as he said those words. Then he led Mu Xuanjin, who found it hard to accept this fact, and left without looking back. This time, both father and son had lost a lot of face. After everyone watched the father and son leave, they looked at Yi Chen again. In their eyes, this person was a piece of trash that was out of their league. However, it was this trash who revealed the power of a grade 2 Mystic Master, killed the Vile Valley's young Valley Master, and killed Sitayu with one punch. Who the hell said that this kid was trash? All of a sudden, countless people cursed secretly. Under countless gazes, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the city lord of Tianfeng City, Situ Yin, and said slowly, City Lord Situ, I wonder if I've won? Under everyone's gaze, Situ Yin's expression was extremely terrible. The veins on his face were twitching violently. There was dense, killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. It was one thing for this person to kill you, but now he had actually obtained the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. Thinking to this point, He was on the verge of going crazy. You won. He stared at Yi Chun for a few seconds before he slowly retracted his sharp and indignant gaze. The champion of this martial meet is the King Mu Fort's Shi Qianhan. According to the rules, the King Mu Fort has the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. Only God knew that his heart was bleeding when he said that. It was not that he had not thought of attacking Yi Chun on the spot, but he immediately thought that King Mu would definitely not sit idly by. King Mu had already broken through to the pseudo-emperor stage, so it was impossible for him to be his match. The management rights of the Spirit Fog Island will be handed over to the King Mu Fort by tomorrow at the latest. After saying that, Situ Yin flicked his sleeve and left. He won, young master won. When Situ Yin announced the results, the King Mu Fort's camp was filled with cheers. Everyone was extremely excited. After all, no one expected such an outcome. The most excited person was none other than Jiao Er. Her cheeks were flushed red as if she was the champion of the martial meet. This brat, King Mu's tensed heart was completely at ease. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy when he looked at Yi Chun. There was even a hint of guilt. Before this, he thought that it was a disgrace for his daughter to marry such a piece of trash. Because of that, he had never been nice to Yi Chun. Who would have thought that such a piece of trash would display the strength of a grade 2 Mystic Master at a critical moment and help the King Mu Fort take back the Spirit Fog Island? It's time to persuade Kai Wei when I return this time. This kid is already a grade 2 Mystic Master at such a young age. In the future, he might even become a grade 3 Mystic Master or even a grade 4 Mystic Master. He's worthy of Kai Wei. He secretly made up his mind. On the other hand, Mu Kai Wei, who was next to him, had her head lowered. She looked at Yi Chun with a complicated gaze. She seemed to be excited, anxious, and worried. She was suddenly worried and did not know how to face Yi Chun. While the people from the King Mu Fort were cheering, the Vile Valley, Blood Blade Sect, Seven Mysteries Mansion, and other forces in the distance had gloomy expressions. This little B** starred is really good at hiding. Monkland's face twitched slightly. He initially thought that Yi Chun would not be Situ Yu's match, no matter what. If that was the case, he would have avenged Fan Ho. To his surprise, Yi Chun was the final winner. Valley Master Lon Tuo, Sect Master Feng. The young master of the Seven Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao, looked at King Mu with a sinister look in his eyes. He then smirked coldly. I'm afraid we've been tricked by that old fox, King Mu. Monk Lan and Feng Jingyao's eyes flickered. Li Hao smirked coldly. It seems like this old fox purposely spread the rumor that Shi is a piece of trash to deceive us. That must be it. Monk Lan immediately reacted and gritted his teeth. I was wondering why this old fox would choose a piece of trash as his son-in-law. So it's a trap to make us lower our guard. Li Hao narrowed his eyes as he sized up King Mu and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Mu Tsaiwei's graceful figure, and he smirked coldly. It won't be that easy for the King Mu Fort to take back the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. Chapter 765. At the same time in the King Mu Fort, Great Elder Mu Sansi and his son sat opposite each other. Mu Sansi held a brush in his hand and waved it quickly at the drawing paper on the table. He seemed to be drawing bamboo, leisurely. Compared to his calmness, Mu Xuanjin, who was beside him, seemed a little anxious. Father, the fort master, and the others have already gone to the Spirit Fog Island to participate in the martial gathering for 2 hours. Are we still not going over? How can you be so impatient? First, Elder Mu Sansi did not even raise his head. He said lightly, life is like painting. Since you have a well-thought-out plan, you should not be arrogant or rash. Only then can you achieve great things. Mu Xuanjin said anxiously, Father, I'm worried that old geezer King Mu has wasted all 3 chances. By then it'll be too late even if we go over. Right at this moment, a guard walked in quickly and said respectfully, Grand Elder, our King Mu Fort faced the Vile Valley in the first round. Mu Ning died, and the eldest young mistress lost to Fan Ho of the Vile Valley. The person added, Fan Ho has already advanced to a half-step venerable. The King Mu Fort still has one more chance to challenge him. I immediately rushed back to report. The room fell silent for a few seconds before Mu Xuanjin's extremely proud laughter rang out. Father, that be asterisk th Mu Kaiwei actually lost. King Mu wasted 2 chances. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really on my side. A half-step martial supremacy? Mu Sansi then raised his head and sneered. If that's the case, it's not surprising that Kaiwei lost to him. Xianzhen, this is our chance. Show us your strength as a half-martial highness. I believe the fort master will be shocked. Father is right. Mu Xuanjin stood up as well and laughed out loud. I want to make that old thing, King Mu, regret it. I want him to know that only I, Mu Xuanjin, am the only hope of the King Mu fort. At that time, I'll threaten King Mu to abolish Shi Qianhan's status as a son-in-law. I believe that old thing King Mu will have no choice but to agree. When that time comes, that bitch Mu Kaiwei will be mine. As for that trash, he will definitely die. Hee hee, a piece of trash dares to snatch my woman. Spirit Fog Island, Martial, Gathering Venue. After the 7 Mysteries Mansions Wuyong won, it meant that the Bloodblade sect and the Vile Valley were eliminated. Only the King Mu Fort advanced. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, many people believed that Fan Ho, a half-step martial saint, was qualified to challenge the city, Lord's residence. Who would have thought that the King Mu Fort would produce a grade 2 Mystic Master? Furthermore, this grade 2 Mystic Master was the useless son-in-law in their eyes. At that moment, countless eyes were focused on Yi Qin. Situ Yin looked around, and his gaze stopped on Yi Qin for a few seconds. He said, The next battle will be between the King Mu Fort and the 7 Mysteries Mansion. The winner will have the right to challenge my city governor's mansion and obtain the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the 7 Mysteries Mansion's young mansion master, Li Hao, suddenly smiled and said, My 7 Mysteries Mansion gives up. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. Among the 5 major forces, the 7 Mysteries Mansion was the only 9th grade sect in the entire Heaven-Wind Sea region. It had a terrifying foundation, and in their opinion, the 7 Mysteries Mansion was the biggest competitor of the city, Lord's Mansion. Even if the King Mu Fort produced a grade 2 Mystic Master like Yi Qin, it would not do. No one expected the 7 Mysteries Mansion to give up. This was equivalent to giving up on the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island. Situ Yin could not help but be overjoyed. Then he said with uncertainty, Are you sure you want to give up on challenging the King Mu Fort, young Master Li? Of course. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He took a good look at Yi Qin and said, Brother Shi has become a grade 2 Mystic Master at such a young age. I'd like to witness his abilities. Outsiders thought that he, Li Hao, valued the Spirit Fog Island, so he came to participate in the martial gathering. However, who knew that a mere Spirit Fog Island was nothing in his eyes. What he, Li Hao, valued was the beauty Mu Kaiwei. Therefore, he could not wait to push Yi Qin to fight to the death with the city governor's mansion. By then, the 7 Mysteries Mansion would be the biggest winner. All right, since that's the case, the King Mu Fort has the right to challenge my city governor's mansion. Once they win, they will have the right to manage the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. A spurious smile appeared at the corner of Situ Yun's lips. In the end, his gaze landed on Yi Qin. I wonder if the King Mu Fort wants to challenge my city governor's mansion? Yi Qin did not say anything. Instead, he slowly stepped onto the championship ring that belonged to the city governor's mansion under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Mu Kaiwei could not help but say, Be careful. Situ isn't as simple as you think. If you can't do it, W just forget it. After saying that, She suddenly noticed that King Mu was looking at her with a strange gaze, and her pretty face flushed for no reason. I don't like this guy. Why do you care so much about his life? When Yi Qin stepped onto the championship ring that belonged to the city governor's mansion, the voice that had been standing there for a long time slowly opened its eyes. It was Situ Yun's son, Situ Yu, the champion of the previous martial gathering. The man squinted as he sized up Yi Qin and enunciated word by word. The trash in everyone's eyes is actually a grade 2 mystic master. I have to say that you've hidden yourself very well. Even I underestimated you before. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. If I met you normally, I might have to admit that I'm inferior. Unfortunately, I have a profound weapon with me now. As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes on his body exploded, revealing a green armor. The clothes on his body exploded, revealing a green armor. The armor was surging with sharp chi, like a dazzling divine light. It's a profound weapon. Situ Yu actually has a profound weapon. How is this possible? Obviously, Situ Yun found a way to get it for him. It looks like it's a grade 2 profound weapon. The King Mu fort is going to meet its doom this time. As the green armor on Situ Yu's body was exposed to the air, the crowd around the ring went into an uproar. The so-called profound weapon was a magic weapon refined by a mystic master. It was usually extremely precious, and even the King Mu fort did not have any profound weapons. This was because a profound weapon could resist the suppression of a mystic master's power. If Wu Yong wore a profound weapon, a mystic master's spell would not be able to harm him at all. When a mystic master's spell failed, he would be no different from an ordinary person. On the other hand, Situ Yu could activate his true energy with all his might to launch a crazy attack on Yi Qin. Even King Mu's expression could not help but change. He subconsciously looked at Situ Yun in the distance and sneered, "Brother Situ, you're really generous. You even have a grade 2 profound weapon." Situ Yun said with a smile, "It's purely luck." Feng Jingyao and Li Hao looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Monk Lan's face was filled with a cold smile. Ho-er walked slowly down there. "The person who killed you is about to come down to accompany you." Mu Kaiwei frowned. "Father, what do we do now?" "We can only take it one step at a time." King Mu sighed softly. His gaze landed on Yi Qin in the ring. "I'll try my best to save him." Chapter 766. On the championship arena, Situ Yu, who was wearing a grade 2 mysterious artifact battle armor, had a smile on his face. "Sure, how is it? Are you surprised? Do you think you can laugh until the end just because you're a grade 2 mystic master? You shouldn't have snatched my woman." "Don't worry. I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy like a dead dog in front of that the Mu Kaiwei." He slowly opened his palm, and a trace of heart-palpitating power spread out from his fingertips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You talk too much nonsense." Yi Qin scoffed coldly and said softly, "You're like an ant. I'll kill you within 3 moves." Following his words, the crowd around the arena was stunned. Everyone around the arena was dumbfounded, and even the leaders of the 5 great powers were no exception. They had extremely strange expressions on their faces because they thought they'd misheard. Yi Qin's words were too arrogant. At the next moment, countless people looked at Yi Qin as if they were looking at an idiot. Situ Yu is already a half-step martial venerable. Everyone knew that. Moreover, he had suppressed all the heroes in the previous martial gathering and advanced to the champion. With such talent and battle prowess, not to mention in Tianfeng City, even in the entire Tianfeng Sea area, he would be one of the best. However, Yi Qin actually said that he could kill him in 3 moves. To them, Yi Qin could not be described as arrogant. He was ignorant and overestimating himself. While everyone was sneering, Mu Kaiwei, who was below, frowned slightly. How can this guy be so arrogant? She knew Situ Yu's strength very well. Young people nowadays really don't know their place. Situ Yin, who was in the crowd, had an extremely indifferent expression. After a sneer, he said to Situyu, since he's so confident, then you don't have to hold back. Otherwise, it will seem like the city governor's mansion is disrespectful." Although his words were incomparably calm, everyone could still feel the thick murderous intent in them. It was obvious that the city governor of Tianfeng City was furious. "I really hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth." Situyu chuckled. The smile on his face suddenly froze. His eyes were cold and covered by endless killing intent. Boom! In the next moment, on the stage, with Situyu as the center, in a short moment, there was an endless amount of true energy surging out. Endless, genuine chi, like a flood breaking through a dam, crazily attacked the array around the arena. In the end, it actually formed a terrifying storm. And in the center of that huge storm, at this moment, Situyu's entire body was suffused with a purple radiance. A chilling aura surged, and a terrifying pressure that could make people's souls tremble. Situyu is worthy of being the champion of the last martial meet. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid he can break through to the venerable realm at any time. He's the #1 expert beneath the Exalt realm. Situyu has a Xian artifact to protect his body. This time, Shi Qianhan is really going to suffer. Once his spell fails, he will definitely be killed by a single palm strike. Around the ring, countless people revealed solemn and even shocked expressions. Even King Mu and the other senior figures secretly shook their heads. "Surnamed Shi, it's your misfortune to have met me." When the last word was spoken, Situyu's body charged out like a ferocious tiger that had just left its cage. It was as if he had torn through space. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he appeared before Yi Qin within a breath's time. He struck out with his palm. At that moment, Situyu's aura rose to its peak. A heart-palpitating, ice-cold killing intent swept through the sky, causing the formation around the arena to show signs of collapsing. Someone shouted coldly. Even an ordinary venerable stage powerhouse wouldn't dare to take Situyu's palm head-on. "Shi will definitely die." Mu Kaiwei cried out subconsciously, "Watch out!" Boom! Yi Qin took a step forward and smiled in disdain. Subsequently, he stretched out his fist and held the air lightly. His aura changed abruptly. 33 days, Divine Fist. The 6th style, sky-shaking hammer. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a golden gleam bloomed on Yi Qin's fist. It was like a hammer that wanted to shake the world. Situyin was smirking when his expression suddenly changed. He glared at Yi Qin. This is boom! The giant hammer appeared, shaking heaven and earth. Under countless gazes, it ruthlessly smashed towards Situyu, who was charging at him. The heart-palpitating energy wave formed a storm that swept towards the surroundings of the arena at an incomparably terrifying speed. Boom! The formation around the arena was destroyed with a bang. The energy that dissipated caused many onlookers to be thrown off their feet. Yi Qin's voice was cold. Die. When the giant hammer landed on Situyu's body, the grade, too profound artifact armor on his body shattered on the spot. Not waiting for him to recover from his shock, the frightening power disappeared. Under Situyu's frightened gaze, it fiercely spread into his body. In the end, under everyone's shocked gaze, Situyu completely exploded at that moment, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have frozen, falling into an incomparably strange silence. Situyu, the previous martial gathering champion who was a half-step martial venerable and had a grade, too profound artifact to protect himself, died just like that? Shock, absolute shock. Initially, they thought that Yi Qin was the one who died. Never did they expect such a reversal to happen, and Situyu was the one who died instead. Situyin seemed to have been petrified and did not move at all. King Mu revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Mu Kaiwei covered her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A moment later, Everyone's throats trembled as they gulped down mouthfuls of saliva. Gasps rose and fell as they resounded in the surroundings. When Situ Yin snapped back to his senses, he looked at Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes. Shi Qianhan, Yi Chen said extremely calmly when he met Situ Yin's gaze. I'm sorry. We agreed to kill him within 3 moves. I didn't expect your son to be so weak. He only used 1 move to kill him. The world returned to dead silence. Once again. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Not only did he kill the other party's son, he even openly said that the other party's son was weak and killed him with a single move. At this moment, an extremely confident voice came from afar. Fort Master, I heard that our King Mu Fort has lost 2 rounds in a row. Everyone turned their heads to look in a daze. On the boiling surface of the sea, an old man in a gray robe led a young man in white over. It was the Grand Elder, Mu Sansi and Mu Xuanjin. In the span of a few breaths, the 2 of them had already traversed over 30 meters and landed on the ground. Mu Xuanjin saw King Mu and Mu Kai Wei from afar. As he walked, he said, Fort Master, it's not that I want to say this, but in the entire King Mu Fort, only I, Mu Xuanjin, can defeat Fan Ho from the Vile Valley. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that he won't be my match after 300 rounds. 300 rounds? The corner of King Mu's lips twitched, and he remained silent. It was only then that Mu Xuanjin noticed Yi Chen in the ring. He said while grinning coldly, And you, sure, why are you standing in the ring? And it's the champion ring? Hurry up and get down here. You're just a piece of trash. Apart from embarrassing our King Mu Fort, what else can you do? I really don't know why Kai Wei would fall for someone like you. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. Everyone was looking at him as if he was an idiot. Chapter 767. The entire Spirit Fog Island martial gathering venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Mu Xuanjin as if they were looking at an idiot. He still thought Yi Chen was a piece of trash? It was this piece of trash who revealed his strength as a grade 2 Mystic Master and killed the Vile Valley's young master, Fan Ho. It was this piece of trash who killed Sitiyu, the previous martial gathering champion, with a single punch. One had to know that Sitiyu had a grade 2 Mystic Master protecting him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him without saying a word, he felt a chill run down his spine. Mu Xuanjin's originally incomparably confident expression trembled a little. You, why are you looking at me? Mu Xuanjin's originally confident expression trembled slightly. Why are you guys looking at me? King Mu's face twitched slightly. The Grand Elder, Mu Sansi's heart sank, and he felt uneasy. He immediately looked around and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly looked at the Vile Valley's Monk Lon beside him and said in a deep voice, Monk Lon, where's your Vile Valley's young master, Fan Ho? When Monk Lon heard that, he immediately looked at him viciously. Mu Sansi, are you trying to stab me in the back? The Vile Valley and your King Mu Fort are irreconcilable. Mu Sansi's expression changed. He did not know why Monk Lon was looking at him like that. It was as if he was looking at an enemy. A few seconds later, a weak voice sounded from the side. Grand Elder, Fan Ho has been dekilled by the young master. The person who spoke was Jur. Mu Xuanjin and Mu Sansi were stunned. What? Especially Mu Xuanjin. Before he came, he had heard that Fan Ho was a half-step venerable. Even Mu Kai Wei was not his match. However, Fan Ho had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by the trash in his eyes. One had to know that even he did not have the ability to kill Fan Ho. Impossible. Mu Xuanjin shook his head in disbelief. That's absolutely impossible. How could this trash kill Fan Ho? You must be lying to me, right? He did not notice that Monk Lan's expression was turning uglier. Mu Xuanjin, you keep calling me trash. In the end, my son died in the hands of trash. Just as Mu Xuanjin was in disbelief, Jur bit her lips and said hesitantly, and young Master Situ was also dekilled by the young master. Boom! Mu Xuanjin was completely dumbfounded. Mu Sanxi's face was aghast. Ju Er's words were like a bolt from the blue, catching them off guard. Mu Sanxi's face twitched a few times. He turned his head with great difficulty to look at Situ Yin. City Lord Situ is this true? Situ Yin shouted, "Get lost!" Without waiting for the two of them to calm down, Ju giggled and threw out another heavy bomb. Son-in-law is also a second-grade Mystic Master and obtained the championship of this year's martial meet. Enough, don't say any more. Mu Sanxi's face was burning as he said those words. Then he led Mu Xuanjin, who found it hard to accept this fact, and left without looking back. This time, both father and son had lost a lot of face. After everyone watched the father and son leave, they looked at Yi Qin again. In their eyes, this person was a piece of trash that was out of their league. However, it was this trash who revealed the power of a grade 2 Mystic Master, killed the Vile Valley's young Valley Master, and killed Situ with one punch. Who the hell said that this kid was trash? All of a sudden, countless people cursed secretly. Under countless gazes, Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the city lord of Tianfeng City, Situ Yin, and said slowly, "City Lord Situ, I wonder if I've won?" Under everyone's gaze, Situ Yin's expression was extremely terrible. The veins on his face were twitching violently. There was dense, killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qin. It was one thing for this person to kill you, but now he had actually obtained the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. Thinking to this point, he was on the verge of going crazy. You won. He stared at Yi Qin for a few seconds before he slowly retracted his sharp and indignant gaze. The champion of this martial meet is the King Mu Fort's Shi Qianhan. According to the rules, the King Mu Fort has the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island for 3 years. Only God knew that his heart was bleeding when he said that. It was not that he had not thought of attacking Yi Qin on the spot, but he immediately thought that King Mu would definitely not sit idly by. King Mu had already broken through to the pseudo-emperor stage, so it was impossible for him to be his match. The management rights of the Spirit Fog Island will be handed over to the King Mu Fort by tomorrow at the latest. After saying that, Situ Yin flicked his sleeve and left. He won, young master won. When Situ Yin announced the results, the King Mu Fort's camp was filled with cheers. Everyone was extremely excited. After all, no one expected such an outcome. The most excited person was none other than Jiu Er. Her cheeks were flushed red as if she was the champion of the martial meet. This brat, King Mu's tensed heart was completely at ease. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy when he looked at Yi Qin. There was even a hint of guilt. Before this, he thought that it was a disgrace for his daughter to marry such a piece of trash. Because of that, he had never been nice to Yi Qin. Who would have thought that such a piece of trash would display the strength of a grade 2 Mystic Master at a critical moment and help the King Mu Fort take back the Spirit Fog Island? It's time to persuade Kaiwei when I return this time. This kid is already a grade 2 Mystic Master at such a young age. In the future, he might even become a grade 3 Mystic Master or even a grade 4 Mystic Master. He's worthy of Kaiwei. He secretly made up his mind. On the other hand, Mu Kaiwei, who was next to him, had her head lowered. She looked at Yi Qin with a complicated gaze. She seemed to be excited, anxious, and worried. She was suddenly worried and did not know how to face Yi Qin. While the people from the King Mu Fort were cheering, the Vile Valley, Blood Blade Sect, 7 Mysteries Mansion, and other forces in the distance had gloomy expressions. This little B***starred is really good at hiding. Monkland's face twitched slightly. He initially thought that Yi Qin would not be Situ Yu's match, no matter what. If that was the case, he would have avenged Fan Ho. To his surprise, Yi Qin was the final winner. Valley Master Lan Tuo, Sect Master Feng. The young master of the 7 Mysteries Mansion, Li Hao, looked at King Mu with a sinister look in his eyes. He then smirked coldly, I'm afraid we've been tricked by that old fox, King Mu. Monk Lan and Feng Jingyao's eyes flickered. Li Hao smirked coldly. It seems like this old fox purposely spread the rumor that Shi is a piece of trash to deceive us. That must be it. Monk Lan immediately reacted and gritted his teeth. I was wondering why this old fox would choose a piece of trash as his son-in-law. So it's a trap to make us lower our guard. Li Hao narrowed his eyes as he sized up King Mu and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Mu Tsaiwei's graceful figure, and he smirked coldly. It won't be that easy for the King Mu fort to take back the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. Chapter 768. As the various forces left, the martial gathering that represented the triennial competition in the entire Tianfeng Sea area finally came to an end. However, as these people left, the news of Yi Qin, the useless son-in-law of the King Mu fort, killing the champion of the previous martial gathering, Sitiyu, spread throughout the entire Tianfeng Sea area like a surging wave. What? Isn't the son-in-law of the King Mu fort trash? He's actually a grade 2 mystic master? Killing the young master of the Vile Valley and killing Sitiyu with a single punch. Impressive, impressive. The King Mu fort has picked up a treasure this time. Shi Qianhan's name shook the entire Heaven Wind Sea area. Countless forces were dumbfounded when they found out about the inside story of the martial competition. In the King Mu fort, Jiu chattered nonstop around Yi Qin. Young master, you're a celebrity in Tianfeng City now. Right now, there are many ladies from wealthy families outside our King Mu fort asking to see you. If not for the fort master's order to stop them, the threshold would have been broken. She stole a glance at Yi Qin and said shyly, there are a few maidservants in the fort. They even secretly asked me if young master needs a maid to warm your bed. Yi Qin chuckled softly when he heard that. He did not seem to care at all. Compared to fame, he valued the earth immortal fruit more. If he was not wrong, the earth immortal fruit would ripen tonight at the latest. Meanwhile, in the Grand Elder Mu Sansi's room, the atmosphere was extremely cold and deathly silent. Mu Xuanjin looked at Mu Sansi with a ferocious expression, his eyes filled with killing intent. Father, I must kill that sure brat! Ever since the father and son left the Spirit Fog Island dejectedly and returned to the King Mu fort, they heard everyone praising Yi Qin. His limelight had completely overshadowed him, the son of the Grand Elder. He was known as the most talented person among the younger generation of the King Mu fort. How could he not go crazy with jealousy? Bastard, all you know how to do is roar. The Grand Elder Mu Sansi shouted. We couldn't touch that little bastard sure before. Now that he's become a great contributor to the King Mu fort, how can we touch him? Do you think King Mu and Mu Kaiwei are blind? Mu Xuanjin's expression changed as he gritted his teeth and said, Are we going to watch that brat continue being smug? Pleased. Mu Sansi immediately smiled coldly. There's a saying that goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This brat killed the young master of the Vile Valley, the son of Sitiyin, the city lord of Tianfeng City. The hatred of his son is irreconcilable. How can these two forces let him go? Mu Xuanjin was delighted. Father, what do you mean? I'll go to the city, Lord's mansion tonight. Mu Sansi stood up and walked to the window. His expression was extremely sinister. All these years I've been patiently plotting. It's time to reveal my cards to that old fox, King Mu. As night fell, in the study room of the King Mu fort's fort master, King Mu looked at Yi Qin, who was standing before him with a complicated expression. A few seconds later, his lips moved slightly as he said, If I'm not mistaken, you haven't lost your cultivation base, have you? To the young man in front of him. At first, he thought that the other party's cultivation had been destroyed and he had become a cripple, so he reluctantly agreed to take him in as his son-in-law. It was all because a cripple was not a threat to him. However, as Yi Qin killed everything on the Spirit Fog Island and successfully became the champion of the martial gathering. He suddenly did not know how to face Yi Qin. He was grateful. After all, without Yi Qin, the Kingmu Fort would definitely not be able to take back the Spirit Fog Island. However, there was more fear because this young man had deceived everyone in the Kingmu Fort and everyone else. Since he had such strength, why did he have to bear the disdain of others and marry into the Kingmu Fort? If he did not have ulterior motives, what else could it be? At the same time, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the study room. There were faint figures moving on the paper window. Soon, the entire study room was surrounded. They were all warriors of the Kingmu Fort. At that moment, killing intent filled the air, and the atmosphere was cold. Yi Qin smiled lightly in the face of such a scene. Is it important whether I've lost my cultivation base or not? Isn't it important? King Mu narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Tell me, why did you hide your strength and marry into the Kingmu Fort? Are you after the power of the Kingmu Fort or Tsaiwei's beauty? As long as you tell me the truth, I can spare your life for Tsaiwei's sake. Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river so soon? Yi Chen's expression remained the same. Instead, he sat down slowly and said, That's right. I have a motive for marrying into the Kingmu Fort. However, I'm not doing it for the power of the Kingmu Fort, nor am I doing it for Tsaiwei's beauty. It's because of this. After saying that, he slowly placed a map in front of King Mu. The item on the map is called the Earth Immortal Fruit. It's very useful to me, and the Earth Immortal Fruit is on the Spirit Fog Island. That's why I helped the Kingmu Fort and obtain the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. Earth Immortal Fruit? King Mu took the map and studied it carefully. His expression kept changing. What's the use of this? You don't need to know that. Yi Chen said with a faint smile, That's all I have to say. If you still think that I have other motives for the Kingmu Fort, you can order the people outside to charge in. King Mu's eyes flickered a few times when he met his gaze. In the end, he sighed softly and said, All of you leave. The Kingmu Fort warriors outside immediately retreated. He turned around slowly and waved his hand with his back facing Yi Qin. You may leave. Kai Wei is waiting for you. Yi Qin stood up and walked out of the study. Thank you so much this time. When the Kingmu Fort takes over the Spirit Fog Island tomorrow, you can choose anything on the island. An extremely complicated voice was heard slowly. Yi Chen chuckled softly and walked out of the study. He saw a maidservant waiting outside. Young master, young mistress invites you in. Lead the way. He nodded slightly and followed the maidservant to Mu Tsaiwei's residence. The maidservant led the people outside away without saying a word. A cold voice came from the room. Young master, sir, please come in. Creak. Yi Chen pushed the door open casually. He saw that there was no light in the room at all. Instead, moonlight seeped in through the crack in the door. Under the hazy moonlight, there was a graceful figure sitting beside a mahogany table. At that moment, the candlelight in the room suddenly lit up. Yi Chen was slightly stunned when he saw Mu Kai Wei in the room clearly. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. At that moment, Mu Kai Wei seemed to have dressed up. She was dressed like a bride, but she did not have the red phoenix crown on her head. Under the candlelight, the beauty's features were picturesque, and her skin was as white as snow. Her black hair flowed down to her slender waist like a waterfall, and her slightly shy face. Yi Chen was momentarily dazed. Under Yi Chen's gaze, even Mu Kai Wei, who had always been cold, could not help but blush. Chapter 769. She waved her hand and closed the door gently. She opened her red lips and said, Young master, sir, please take a seat. The big mahogany table in front of her was filled with fine wine and delicacies. The surroundings were decorated in the style of a wedding room. Yi Chen walked over and sat across her. He said with a strange expression, May I know why Ms. Mu asked me to come so late at night? Mu was acting strangely at that moment. She was no longer as cold as before. Coupled with the fact that a man and a woman were alone in the room, he could smell the fragrance of a virgin in the room, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Drink with me." Mu lowered her head slightly and reached out to pick up a pot of wine. She poured it into the 2 cups that she had prepared beforehand. Subsequently, she picked up one of the cups and looked at Yi Chen blankly. "I'll toast you first." "Thank you for helping the King Mu Fort take back the management rights of the Spirit Fog Island. You fulfilled my father's and my long-cherished wish." After saying that, she raised her head slightly and downed the wine in the cup, revealing her exquisite neck and collarbone. Yi Chen remained unmoved and looked at her quietly. After drinking a cup of wine, Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face became even redder under the candlelight. It was as if she had been burned by fire. Her delicate body stiffened slightly when she saw that Yi Chen did not move. She sighed softly in the quiet room. "My mother passed away after giving birth to my brother. It can be said that my father single-handedly brought us up. As the current fort master of the King Mu Fort, I've been entrusted by my ancestors to protect the foundation of the King Mu Fort. However, the king is heartless. He has repeatedly wanted to eliminate the vassals and suppress the old noble forces. In addition, the surrounding forces are restless and eyeing our King Mu Fort covetously." She bit her red lips lightly, and a faint mist gathered in her slightly strong and beautiful eyes. Her cold voice carried a hint of weakness. "My brother is paralyzed and can only lie in bed. Therefore, most of the time, I wish that I could be a man and share the burden with my father. Unfortunately, I'm a woman, and I have a beautiful face that countless people covet." She gently caressed her face and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes I wish I could destroy it with a pair of scissors. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be the best gift from the heavens. But to me and the entire King Mu Fort, it's the source of sin." Yi Chen's expression did not change much when he heard that. He had already experienced the influence of Mu Tsaiwei's beauty from Mu Xuanjin, Sitayu, and the rest. "Master, sure." Mu Kaiwei stared at Yi Chen blankly with a complicated gaze. "That's why I chose you to marry me. I don't like you, and I only want to protect the King Mu Fort through our union. That's why I didn't show up on our wedding night. Instead, I sent you to test you. I didn't expect you to be as I guessed. You don't care about women, and you are a person who only cares about the Tao." At this point, she could no longer hold back her tears. "I'm sorry. I used you, and so did the King Mu Fort, but you still disregarded the past and helped the King Mu Fort obtain the Spirit Fog Island. Our King Mu Fort will never be able to repay your kindness." She bit her red lips, and a trace of determination flashed across her pretty face. Then, her jade-like hands gently gripped her waist, and in the next moment, the dress on her body slid down. The sudden change stunned Yi Chen. He forced himself not to look at Mu Tsaiwei's body. He turned his head and said, "Ms. Mu, this gift of yours is too much. I can't accept it." Mu Kaiwei smiled bitterly. As her eyelashes trembled, a line of clear tears streaked across her delicate face and rolled down. "I've thought about it. The King Mu Fort has nothing to repay you with. The only thing that's most precious is probably my body. Moreover, even though we're only getting married, we've bowed to heaven and earth. Since we're husband and wife, I should do my duty as your wife." There was a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Since she was young, Mu Kaiwei knew that it was easy to repay a debt of money, but a favor was the hardest to repay, let alone a favor that involved the Spirit Fog Island. She did not want to owe Yi Chen anything. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, "If you're using your body to repay me now, you might as well have agreed to marry Situ you earlier. You can still take back the Spirit Fog Island. What's the difference between the two? Moreover, I've never asked for any repayment from you. The reason why I made a move was not only because of you, but also because the thing I want is on the Spirit Fog Island. Compared to the city governor's mansion, I naturally trust the King Mu Fort. Mu Tsaiwei's beautiful eyes that were covered in mist widened when she heard that. She did not expect Yi Chen to reject her when she took the initiative. Put on your clothes. Yi Chen waved his hand and wrapped all the clothes on the ground around her. He said, "The King Mu Fort doesn't owe me anything, and I don't owe you either. I'll leave when I get what belongs to me." Leave. Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face turned pale when she heard that. For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart at that moment. Her lips moved slightly, not knowing what to say. A series of shouts and screams suddenly came from outside. At the next moment, there was a knock on the tightly shut door. "Young mistress, bad news, bad news. The city governor's mansion has surrounded the King Mu Fort with their troops. They've already charged in." It was Ju Er's voice. "What?" Mu Kaiwei was shocked. After tidying up her clothes, she quickly walked to the door and pushed it open. "How did this happen? Isn't the King Mu Fort protected by a formation? How did they get in?" "It's the Grand Elder." Ju took a deep breath in and stammered. The Grand Elder closed the formation without permission and let the people from the city governor's mansion in. This traitor. Mu Tsaiwei's expression changed when she heard that. She frowned and was about to walk out. "Where's my father? We must clean up the sect today." Sob, sob, sob. Ju burst into tears. "Young mistress, the fort master is being held back. This time, not only has the city governor's mansion made a move, but even the Seven Mysteries Mansion, Bloodblade sect, and Val Valley have made a move. Young Master Xuanjin is leading his men over here, threatening to kill the young master. The fort master asked me to inform you and the young master to run." At the same time, dozens of guards who had rushed over immediately knelt on one knee and said with incomparable sorrow, "That's right, young mistress. We're under the orders of the fort master to protect you and leave safely even if we have to risk our lives. As long as you're alive, the King Mu Fort still has hope." Boom! Mu Tsaiwei's delicate body trembled violently, and she almost lost her balance. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "Traitors! These traitors will die a horrible death." The King Mu Fort's strength was only ranked third among the 5 great forces in the entire Tianfengxi area. There were still the Seven Mysteries Mansion and the city governor's mansion above them. Now that the 4 great forces had attacked the King Mu Fort, coupled with the Grand Elder, the traitor, she knew that the King Mu Fort was doomed. She glanced at Yi Chen immediately as she thought to this point, "Ju take the young master away through the secret tunnel quickly. The secret tunnel leads to an underground river outside the city. We'll be safe there." Ju wiped her tears. "Young mistress, what about you?" "There's no one in the King Mu Fort who's afraid of death." At that moment, Mu Tsaiwei's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Her voice was bone-chilling. "I, Mu Kaiwei, am a member of the King Mu Fort when I'm alive, and I'll be a ghost of the King Mu Fort when I die." At the next moment, an extremely cold voice came from afar. What a touching scene. "Unfortunately, I've already destroyed the secret tunnel. None of you will be able to escape today." Chapter 770. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A group of people slowly walked over from the darkness. The person in the lead was Mu Xuanjin, and behind him were 2 old men in gray robes. Both of them faintly emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. "Mu Xuanjin, you traitor!" When she saw who it was, Mu Tsaiwei's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. "You're a member of the King Mu Fort, after all, and the fort has treated you and your father well. Today, you actually joined forces with outsiders to destroy the fort. Are you still human?" Meeting her gaze, Mu Xuanjin chuckled. "Mu Kaiwei, I'm not afraid to tell you that in reality, my father and I are not from the King Mu Fort." Mu Tsaiwei's pretty face changed. "What did you say?" "In reality, my father is a member of the Seven Mysteries Mansion. His real name is Lee Sansi. 20 years ago, my father was ordered by the Seven Mysteries Mansion to disguise himself as a branch of the King Mu Fort and infiltrate the fort. At this moment, Mu Xuanjin's face was filled with a cold smile. I didn't expect that dead father of yours to be so easy to fool. We were just talking nonsense, but he actually believed us. Blurg. Mu Kaiwei spat a trace of blood out of anger, and she almost fainted from this heavy news. So the Seven Mysteries Mansion has been infiltrating the King Mu Fort since 20 years ago, haha. Ms. Mu, your King Mu Fort won't be able to escape today. At this moment, a gray-robed old man behind Mu Xuanjin stood out and sized Mu Kaiwei up arrogantly. However, the young master of the Seven Mysteries Mansion has specifically said that we can't kill you, so you'd better be more sensible and surrender obediently so that you won't suffer. That's right. Mu Xuanjin glanced at Mu Tsaiwei's body greedily and smiled proudly. Today, the four forces have joined forces. Apart from you, no one else in the King Mu Fort will be left alive. Kaiwei, for the sake of our past relationship, give up resisting. At this point, his gaze finally landed on Yi Qin, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his lips, especially this brat. He'll definitely die today. Ha ha ha! A young man with a sinister expression stood out from behind him. The young man looked at Yi Qin gloatingly. Yi, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? The young man was the former guard captain of the King Mu Fort, Wang Chengliang. Later on, Mu Kaiwei ordered someone to break his legs and throw him out because he had offended Yi Qin. Yi Chen's expression remained the same. You're really good at escaping. Thanks to you. Wang Chengliang gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for you, trash, why would Miss break my legs and throw me out? Fortunately, young Master Xian Jin secretly ordered people to take me in and treat my injuries. His face was full of hatred. Today, I want to see you die. Not bad. Mu Xuanjin's laughter was extremely unrestrained. We know that you're a second-rank Dark Master, and even a half-step Exalt Realm expert isn't a match for you. So, the Seven Mysteries Mansion dispatched 2 Exalt Realm experts this time. You should be able to die without regrets. As his voice fell, the people of the King Mu Fort, including Mu Kaiwei, were in despair. 2 Exalt Realm experts. After so many years, the King Mu Fort only had 2 Exalt Realm experts, and the Grand Elder had even betrayed them. Now that the Seven Mysteries Mansion had sent 2 Exalt Realm experts just to deal with Yi Qin, it was almost a sure kill situation. Protect the young mistress. Protect the young master. Kill. A guard of the King Mu Fort revealed a determined expression. After a fierce roar, he led his men to charge at Mu Xuanjin and the rest fearlessly. Kill. Ha ha ha. There's no one in the King Mu Fort who's afraid of death. Young mistress, young master, leave quickly. Hope lives on. We've been worshipped by the King Mu Fort for generations. Today is the day we repay you with our lives. Following his attack, the remaining dozens of guards of the King Mu Fort also attacked at this moment. They had no fear and they did not retreat. All they had was madness. A bunch of ants, you overestimate yourselves. Mu Xuanjin smirked in disdain and stretched out his hand. Immediately after, the space around him trembled, and a terrifying power spread out from his palm. It was as if the entire space was about to shatter, and the power was extremely sharp as it crushed towards the guards of the King Mu Fort. No, Mu Tsaiwei's eyes were bloodshot when she saw this. They were all direct descendants of the King Mu Fort. Now, in order to protect them, even though they knew that they were no match for Mu Xuanjin and the rest, they still charged forward fearlessly. However, in the next moment, when Mu Xuanjin's palm landed on the guards of the King Mu Fort, the surrounding space suddenly froze. In the next moment, there was a thin figure behind Mu Kaiwei. As if he had crossed through space, he instantly landed in front of the dozens of guards of the King Mu Fort. A terrifying pressure also burst out from his body. Such a pressure almost shook the heavens and the earth, causing the breathing of everyone present to become sluggish, especially the two venerable stage powerhouses from the Seven Mysteries Mansion behind Mu Xuanjin. Their faces were filled with shock. It was because they realized that under such pressure, they could not help but want to kneel on the ground, and an irresistible feeling arose in their hearts. When they saw the person's face clearly, the scene fell dead silent. One of the guards of the King Mu fort said in a daze, "Why, young master?" Mu Kaiwei was stunned. The pressure that Yi Qin emanated at this moment was truly too terrifying. It had even surpassed the venerable stage. Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back. An extremely calm voice slowly came from his mouth. "Since all of you respect me as your young master and are even willing to sacrifice your lives to protect me, how can I watch from the sidelines?" Mu Xuanjin was stunned for a moment before he looked at Yi Qin in disbelief. An extremely sharp roar came from the depths of his throat. "Why, you're a venerable stage powerhouse!" "Venerable stage?" Yi Qin smirked in disdain. "What's that?" "Oh no." A venerable stage powerhouse from the Seven Mysteries Mansion seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of extreme shock appeared on his face. He's at the pseudo-emperor stage!" After feeling the pressure and aura at such a close distance, he finally remembered that only those almighties in the Seven Mysteries Mansion possessed it. Boom! As soon as he said that, everyone present almost fainted. Mu Tsaiwei's mind went blank. Pseudo-emperor stage. Run now. The expression of the venerable stage powerhouse from the Seven Mysteries Mansion who spoke earlier changed drastically. Without another word, he turned around and flashed into the distance. Pseudo-emperor stage. This was a stage that made his scalp go numb. Even in the Seven Mysteries Mansion, he would be considered an old monster who lived in seclusion. Hearing that, the rest reacted as well. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and they turned around to run in all directions, especially Mu Xuanjin, who was charging at the front. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. He was horrified and wished that he had two more legs. Run? None of the people I want to kill can escape. Yi Qin smirked coldly. A shocking saber gleam flashed like a bolt of lightning that tore through the night sky. It struck a venerable stage old man at lightning speed.